Audio check. All right, everyone. Welcome in. The ads have run. We're here on this fine Friday afternoon, at least where I am. Hopefully it is where you are as well. Even if it's not afternoon, hopefully it's fine. Even if it's not Friday, for that matter. Ah, there we go. Glass is cleaned. Man, 3DS and Wii menu music just used to go so hard. We don't have that anymore. There's no... The Switch doesn't have that soul to it. There's no music in any of the menus. Is there even like eShop music on the Switch? I want to say there's not. There's the captions. All right. We're ready to go now. Let's go over to this screen, shall we? Welcome in, everyone. Greetings, hello, how are you? It's Friday, which means more .hack. Picking up where we left off yesterday. And we did quite a good bit yesterday. We did some story content that we'll have to recap in a little bit here. After I've spun my wheels for a few minutes and let the matcha kick in. The little guy's back. He wasn't gone, but he didn't have his viewing window privileges for most of last week, either because of rain or because he got in trouble and had his privileges taken away. So he's back this week. So we'll see how he does. He seemed pretty excited when I opened up the door a few minutes ago. Not a whole lot to report. We talked about a lot of stuff yesterday. So, pretty much a repeat of the same. No Sunday sub-goal bonus stream this week. That's going to be next week, the 24th. More Locomotive with the lady at noon Central on Sunday the 24th. Thank you for meeting the sub-goal. I did get a command set up for the Bit Brigade show. I basically just tied it into the normal band command. So there's a bunch of aliasing on it. I I'm not going to fire it off right now because I don't think I need to, but it's there. If it comes up again, maybe midstream, I'll fire it off, talk about it a little bit. Other than that, just still trying to figure out the last couple things for the prize wheel. That's really the main thing. We just got a couple more things to iron out, and then I'll be ready to do the redesign. Maybe this weekend I'll have some time to see if I can get Rosetta Stone up and running. It's been a bit of a chore. But yeah, that's about it. That's about it. I don't really have a whole lot to go through. We kind of went through it all yesterday, so why go through it again? I feel like I'm flying through Bravely Second, which is really nice. Like, for a while, it was like I had to just go to like all these different areas and like run around in circles by a save point and you know, farm specific encounters for the bestiary. And then I'd have to go and do a bunch of side quests to get specific things that I don't want to say for spoilers. And then I'd have to go and round up some items that I missed from earlier chapters, either because I had to steal them from an enemy and I didn't steal them because I didn't have access to stealing, or I just didn't know to steal from them, or they were like specific items that I couldn't get until later on from a previous area, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. So there was so much like kind of like catch-up type work where it had nothing to do with story progress, and I was completely ignoring the main story for probably, I don't know. Yo! Gad! Thank you for the chili time. Thank you for 700 bits, my dude. I really appreciate that. Yes, today happens to be my 700th stream, which is pretty wild. It's obviously an arbitrary number, right? Just like age or measurement of anything else. But I just happen to have a way to know the number of each stream. Like at some point I did a count, and I have a spreadsheet where I track a bunch of stuff stream related. And it's easy enough to just keep, you know, highlighting and dragging that one column down to keep that number going. That's like the stream counter. So it's just there. And so like every 100 or so, I just kind of like highlight it like, hey, here's a milestone you can choose to highlight or celebrate if you want to. And I was like, oh, 700. Look at that. So thank you for that, Gad. I will get you a wheel spin for 500 as well. We'll kick off with that. Hope you're having a good Friday, my guy. Also, I saw the post about Bauhaus. Man, what a chapter. That feels so weird, even to me, as somebody who hasn't really even lived there in a long time and never even like I've probably only went there like 5 times total in my life. But that just still feels so weird that like that place isn't gonna be there. Because like even before reading your post, like I knew how integral that was to a lot of people's social circles, you know. It's wild, yeah. It's too bad. I mean, I guess, like, I'm glad that it's not happening in, like, a more tumultuous, unexpected, sudden way, but it's still sad. Oh, you're gonna work the event. Nice. Very cool. That's exciting. Well, I hope it's a blast. I'm sure it will be. I'm sure there will be a lot of extra electricity in the air with the people there, knowing that. So that'll probably make it an extra fun time. perhaps extra bittersweet as well. But yeah, Bravely Second, I'm finally at a point where like I've done all the catch-up work, and so everything is just new. So it's like, okay, new area, get all the items and the enemies, move on to the next area. Get all the items and enemies, move on to the next area. So I'm getting a lot more like story content, like minute to minute average in the game, which hasn't happened for probably 30 or 40 hours of gameplay. So that's really cool. And also knowing that I'm in the final story chapter is also really cool. I know the post game is going to take me probably another 30 plus hours because I know there's a lot of it. But just knowing that I'm nearing the end of the main story is really exciting. I have one more job class left to unlock. And I'm doing that side quest right now. And the story associated with the side quest is actually really cool. It's one of those times where like you're surprised that it's side content because it feels so informative to the main plot of the game. I've actually talked many times about how I don't like that. Like this plot definitely feels like it should be required. And, you know, for me, the way that I play, it is required, but knowing that there are people who missed out on, like, all of these chunks of, like, lore and backstory, is sad. But, man, what a good game. I love that game so much. My save file's at, like, 155 hours or something like that I've been chipping away at for about 2 years. Just off and on. But I've been playing a lot more since VGMCon. Because I've just had so much more free time. It's amazing. Like, I've been like working on music every day and like practicing stuff or recording stuff and like doing other creative things, reading, spending more time with the little guy. It's been great. Makes summer that much better. Let's spin the wheel, shall we? Let's start our day with a spin. We'll switch to the roaming mic. We'll go over here. There we go. And let's see what we can do. So, current wheel rules, since we're in a transitionary period. All yellow wedges are turned off. If we land on one, the exercises will be banked for later, and we will spin again. It will be marked towards a blackout. If we land on a Game Roast or Game Gush, they are essentially interchangeable. You can choose one or the other, regardless of which wedge we land on. Everything else is the same as before. Pink and orange are locked until we unlock them. Snack and soda tasting up for grabs. That's not a spin we're gonna abide. We'll let that one go, I guess. It's also not a very gusto spin. But it'll do. And we landed on pull-ups. All right, that's 5 more pull-ups for the bank. And we're gonna get a respin here. See, that's why I couldn't get the gusto, was because the peg was about to come out. Steely Dan. I'll have to put some super glue on that later. That's a nice spin. All right, where's my pin? I gotta write this down. Add some more pull-ups to my bank. 15 pull-ups in the bank now. Yikes. And an orange wedge, all right. So we will do one of our new daily games. You may pick if you want to, Gad. Or you can just say dealer's choice. And then orange wedges, or wait, what am I saying? What am I saying? We've unlocked a snack tasting. You don't get to pick a daily game. We've unlocked a snack tasting, which we will do after the first ad break. There's a bunch of new stuff in the bin here. We got some some hard candy. We've got a chocolatey snack and a couple of sour snacks. There are two really exciting snacks in here that I know the lady wants to taste. So I'm taking those off the board for me today. Because the lady's gonna want to taste one of these on the 24th when we do our stream. Well, she's gonna want to taste all of them because she has no restraint when it comes to snacks. She does not believe in savoring. She does not subscribe to that that tenet of boysdom, of savoring the snack. She's all about the maximum indulgence in the moment. All now. It's so weird hearing this song. I've talked about this before. Like, this song is from Paper Mario Origami King. And we played that game on stream. And it was awesome. I loved it. And I want to hear this song and, like, be nostalgic for the game. But I'm not. Because I swear I never heard this song in the game. It's called Cafe. And I don't think that we ever heard a song, period, in a cafe. And we definitely didn't hear this song in a cafe. It has quotes of, like, the main theme motif that's in a bunch of other songs in the soundtrack. But it's just so weird that, like, this song just doesn't remind me of anything, even though I've played the game. And maybe that's why it's on the, you know, no copyright list. Maybe that has something to do with it, because it, like, doesn't get picked up by the evil algorithms that go out and try to strike videos. If I've never talked about that before, or you've never heard it, that's why I have the playlist of songs that I have. This is literally the doesn't get copyright bonked by YouTube list of, like, Nintendo songs. If there's and I feel like there's like a circle of, like, YouTubers that all use these same songs. Like, non-gaming YouTubers. It's very interesting. Like, people just have, like, figured out, like, oh yeah, this collection of songs right here, totally cool. Go nuts. Apparently Nintendo doesn't care about this particular collection of songs. And it's not like this particular game's entire soundtrack or, you know, this console or this era. It's just like a random smattering of songs from different games, different consoles, different eras. But it's all Nintendo. Okay, let's jump into the game. See if we can maybe make some progress. We'll get our recap done and maybe make a little bit of progress before it's time to run that first ad and do a snack tasting. Let's see here. Yeah, we actually have like almost 2 full pages of notes to go through from yesterday, which is a lot for this game so far. Other than the, you know, recap movie night on day 0, that's a pretty heavy notes day for this game so far. There was a 4-day streak that was all on 1 page. Because basically all I was writing down was, like, saves and, like, locations. There was, like, no narrative, anything to write down. Okay, we are going to load slot 4. Level 62 now. We crossed level 60 and 60 hours yesterday. Alright, so let's do a recap of what happened yesterday The first thing we did was we went through the Book of 1000, which is like our completionist checklist type stuff for different categories of things. We got a few items from it. We also learned that a couple of them are maxed out until we get to Volume 4. We fed our grunties until they got to the point where they asked for a specific food that we don't have, which is the Twilight Onion, and we stopped. We did a bunch of item management. Then we did a quest with Pyros, where we kind of thought it was maybe going to be story-related, because there was nothing else on our radar. We didn't have any other, like, objectives open, aside from this one quest with Pyros. But it turns out it was just a random quest that he wanted to do, and he wants to be friends with us because he thinks we're really cool. But then after this, we got an email from Aura, and she said, meet me at Root Town in the Sigma server, which is a big deal because she's only ever appeared in dungeons and like corrupted spaces up to this point. She's never just like showed up in like a Root Town as like a regular character. We don't believe her to be a regular character. But before we did that, we did a goblin race. And then we went to Sigma Town. Black Rose is there, and she meets Kite. She tells him that she got an email from Balmung. And Kite is like, oh yeah, Balmung is like, he's like one of us now. He's cool. Like, we're cool with him. He's not our enemy. He's like joined our cause. He's sympathetic to us. He's supporting our goals. And Black Rose just starts trash talking him. And then he like, the classic like meme happens where he like appears right behind her while she's bad-mouthing him. And she tries to like make it sound like she wasn't bad-mouthing him. But Balmung just takes it on the chin. He's like, hey, I apologize. You know, I'm sorry that I was so oppositional to y'all, and let's move on, basically. I want to help. And she doesn't really know how to respond. You know, she's like kind of established herself as like the type of person that expects to like escalate the situation, and then it is expecting you to like escalate in response so that she can keep escalating. So when he was like very calm and collected and like didn't and like de-escalated, she was just like, well, fine, you know, like one of those kind of things. And then Kite like hears Aura's voice somehow, and she says that she's waiting at a location for him and gives us this coordinate. So we go to Merciless Grieving. We're to go to Merciless Grieving Furnace. But before we did that, we did the Goblin Race, and then we went down the Furnace area. We get to the boss room. Leos appears, the system admin. And he refers to Aura as damaged data, which was very, like, dehumanizing. You know, like, we see Aura as a person. Whether Aura is, like, some strange semblance of a soul that exists in the game, or is, like, a real person in the real world who's, like, trapped in the video game. You know, we don't really know, but we very much attach, like, a human spirit to Aura. Like, we assume that Aura is a person. So for Leos to just say, "Oh, that's damaged data," is very, you know, dehumanizing. Like, "Oh, that's just like a corrupt NPC. Don't worry about that." Or, you know, "That's a virus. That's a bug. We're gonna fix that. We're gonna delete that." You know, that's kind of a interesting implication for him to make. There's a lot of reasons why he might do that. He might have a vested, you know, that might be the CC Corp vested interest to like protect the public image of the game. Like, oh, there's not any weird anomalies. There's not any like supernatural things going on. That's just some damaged data. Don't read too much into it. You know, he could be kind of like parroting what he's hearing at CC Corp, and maybe doesn't even actually believe it, or he doesn't have all the information. That's probably my strongest theory, I guess, as to why he would say something like that. But maybe, I don't know, because Leos has, like, agreed to help us to a certain degree if we kind of agree that the shared goal is to stop the corruption in the game. Like, because we both kind of want that for different reasons. So, yeah, I guess it doesn't bode well for Aura if he thinks that getting rid of her is part of fixing the game. Because that would be a point where we would disagree between the party and him. And then I'm guessing the fragment, the Aura fragment that we got from Fidchel, we gave back to Aura. Because this like red orb comes out of Kite's character and then gets absorbed into Aura, and Kite's like, oh, she wants to say something. But before anything can happen, Kubia appears, and Aura just like fades out. Like, she runs away. And then we have to fight Kubia. And also Kubia is like growing. He's bigger than the last time we saw him, and the characters all remark on this. And then I kind of had this introspective moment where I'm trying to understand what Kubia is and what Kubia represents. Like, the easy correlation seems to be, oh, well, the virus in the world, the video game, that's, growing and spreading, and Kubia is also growing. So it's like, okay, is he like the manifestation of the virus, and he's like the thing that's planning to kind of break out of the boundaries of the video game and expand into the real world and like infect other technological things with like the blackouts happening and all kinds of other like anomalies and phenomena. But I also was under the impression that Kubia was phase 2 of the Cursed Wave, which all the other like phases have kind of like died and been replaced by the next. So he's kind of broken, Kubia has broken the pattern as being the like recurring one. There was Skaith for phase 1, and he was defeated, and then Kubia showed up, phase 2, and then we defeated Kubia, and then phase 3, Magus shows up, and we defeat Magus, and then phase 4, Fidchel shows up, but then Kubia is just like still out there. So I don't know what to think about that. Maybe I just misunderstand, and Kubia wasn't phase 2, or maybe there's something else that happened. Like Kubia is different somehow, but we don't know how. So I just kind of like wrote down a question for myself to try to return to later, because hopefully we'll get some light shed on that. And then after we defeat Kubia, which was like an annoying fight but not hard, Leos just like leaves without saying anything to us. He just logs off. And then Black Rose theorizes that Kubia is trying to prevent Kite and Aura from meeting because he showed up when we were going to interact with her. It also kind of seemed like there was this implication that it was like a Clark Kent Superman kind of moment. Like maybe there's some kind of symbiotic relationship between Aura and Kubia that we don't know about. Maybe against Aura's will, there's a symbiosis there. That was something that I was thinking was a possibility. And Kite is like, well, what's going to happen if I meet Aura? Like, I just want to meet her because I want to learn more about my friend, And Kite has reason to believe that Aura has helpful information about, Orca and Black Rose's brother, whose name I forgot, and like all the other Comatose players, and just kind of like a more general sense of like what's going on here. She's kind of seen as like an oracle, a potential oracle of sorts, soothsayer, if we could like just get more time with her instead of like the cryptic emails, because we haven't really had an in-person conversation with her. But I do think that something will happen if they directly interact, because she's the one that gave Kite the bracelet that allows us to do data drain, which is how we got into so much trouble in the first place. And I believe the bracelet is called the Key of the Twilight. And then there's also the Book of the Twilight. And these are these like two important artifacts / ideas that exist within the poem Epitaph. that the game is based on. So I'm assuming that something's going to happen when those two entities meet, and I'm also assuming that Kubia has a vested interest in trying to stop whatever that event is that would take place. But there's a lot of questions there, a lot of unknowns, and some general fog as well. Kite suggests that we try to get more out of Leos, specifically to pursue Kubia, because he's like, Kite's thinking is like, well, we can fight Kubia and we can beat him, but then he just retreats. He doesn't disappear, and we have every reason to believe that the next time he appears, he's gonna have grown again, and eventually we won't be able to beat him anymore. So like time is working against them, and they need a way to like keep the pressure on Kubia somehow. And he thinks that the best way to do that is to team up with somebody who's on the inside. Black Rose and Balmung don't really like that idea. You know, they're basically like a cab to Leos, who's essentially like a cop in this game. You know, he's like a system admin. He works for the company that makes the game. He has this like vested PR interest in protecting, like the way that the game is perceived, you know, like, and kind of like perpetuating some lies as a consequence, that like, oh, there's nothing weird going on, there's nothing paranormal going on, we're just working out some bugs, you know, that kind of thing. So there's a reason not to trust him, certainly. But they all kind of like agree, like, he's the only inside source that we have at CC Corp. So if we can like kind of like wear him down to a point where he, you know, sees the value of like helping us and like kind of playing both sides, you know, maybe we can get something out of him, even though we don't really trust him. And then Black Rose is like, well, I know how to summon Leos and Helba, so I'll BRB. And we're just kind of like, what? And she logs out. Oh yeah, and then another thing I wrote down is that like Leos really doesn't like Helba. Like Helba represents everything that Leos is diametrically opposed to, because she's like the top hacker. She's breaking all of the rules of the game, not just like from a, you know, how to play standpoint, but like she's like circumventing all of like the protection measures of the game, and she's contributing to like the degradation or expanding of data and all that sort of thing, and he's trying to contain her, and she's so powerful that he can't. So he really doesn't like her, because she's kind of like making him look bad, because it's probably his job to rein in stuff like Helba, and we have to find a way to make them see eye to eye on this issue and work together, which will probably be the biggest hurdle to clear. So after that, Black Rose posted like a cryptic message on the board that apparently is like a code way to summon Leos and Helba. And so we're supposed to meet them all in Net Slum. That's like our next story flag. But at the same time, we picked up a bunch of optional stuff. So naturally, we decided to jump right into all the optional stuff first before going on to the next story pylon. So we did a side quest for Rachel, which was just like a cute little, you know, story building moment for her, like we had done with a bunch of the party members a few weeks ago. And I believe one of them was hers, but maybe not. Let's see, we did Nuke, we did Marlowe, we did Gardenia, we did Sanjuro, we did Terajima, who is a new character. So yeah, maybe we're just like picking up the other characters that we haven't done character building quests for. Because now we have one for Rachel and for Moonstone, who we've like never used. We did the Rachel one. She tried to start a courier business inside the game, which is very interesting. What's up, Draconics? And it didn't really go so well, but we did the quest, and we got a little bit more of her personality, which is usually all we're expecting from these. Maybe a good item. We did another goblin race, number 14, and they just keep getting brutaler and brutaler, but we get through them. And then the next thing that we're gonna do is this Moonstone quest. He's looking for some rare item called the Moon Knife. He's a man of very few words. He's the least used character of all the characters that we've recruited, so maybe we'll get to learn something about him. And then, depending on what these emails are today, which we're also gonna look at the top, we'll see if there's any more side content that we want to do before going to Netslum. That's where we're at for today. All right. So, let's check the mail first. Oh, we've got quite a few from our friends. We're going to go bottom to top, because these replies are from previous conversations. In the movies, they're like a precursor to something. You know, there's meteors falling from the sky, or there's an earthquake. So she's talking about, like, stuff that she likes to watch. And we're just trying to, like, make small talk with her. And of course, like usual, the options are bad. Whoa, Digimon referenced. They're called Digimon card battles. I hate it when I get attacked by Metal Greymon. It's hard to keep losing 2 points until it ends, you know? But I know that it costs a lot to summon Metal Greymon, so I can't come out too often. Also a Bandai property, hence why it's in here. Okay, just hit him with the okay. So mean. We get the impression that Wise Man is a little bit older than us. He's not an 8th grader. He's probably like in his late teens or early 20s. You amaze me, Fair Eyes. That is how it goes. You must have consideration for others, as there is where it all begins. God, Pyros is the best. I love him so much. I found out about this guy from Mr. Mifune's movies, but it seems like he really existed. Musashi was ambidextrous, huh? Both of these answers are so 8th grade, it's wild. I don't think they matter very much. Oh, Gardenia doesn't think that cats are cute. Okay. I do not want to ask her about eating cats. This game is really trying to get me to ask her about eating cats, and I won't do it. Okay, nothing new from the emails, just continuing previous conversations, making small talk with our friends. We've got some new board posts, though. What do we got? Oh, another Rachel. Oh, termination of service. Wow, that was short-lived. Sorry, it was way too much. Oh, that's really funny. All right, well, I guess we won't be doing that again. That's it. We're logging in. So yeah, I guess it's time to call Moonstone. And we're going to need to take a look at his equipment because his gear is probably dismal.
I'm coming.
His voice does not sound like I expected. Oh, another email. Let's check out your equipment. Yep, that's a pretty weak... Yep. Yeah, he's got some junk. He's wearing some junk. So we're gonna level this guy up, equipment-wise, with some stuff that we've got in storage. It won't be amazing stuff, but it'll be a lot better than what we've got right now. And then for a third... we need somebody who's got magic and healing. We'll use Balmung and Black Rose for story stuff whenever possible. So I guess that leaves like Terrajima and Gardenia as like our go-tos for side stuff. Unless I can call Mia, but I'm sure I can't. Yeah, there's something going on with Mia and Elk. I would love to bring Elk. I wish I could work on Elk. But there's something story-related with them. They're on the cover of the game, so I'm dying to find out what that is, because I really want to use them in my party, especially Elk. We're dying for a good Wave Master, and unfortunately, Wise Man is just not it. Look how much money he has. I love the way that they just kind of dangle that in front of you. Like, there's not really any reason for us to know how much money they have. It's not like we can access their money. We can't tell them to buy things. We can't get money from them. Just having him have, like, an absurd amount of money and everybody else is just, like, none or very little. It's wild. I don't know what the point of that is. I guess just like lore building or something. Okay, so who are we gonna bring along? I guess we do have some Wave Master equipment. Maybe we could give Wise Man another try. Because the time that we did bring Wise Man was when it was like one of the rare instances where we actually wanted an all-out physical party, and there weren't a bunch of enemies that resisted physical. And we didn't really need magic, so he was kind of useless. So maybe we'll be better off with him. Let's give him another try.
Why, hello there.
Hello, Steve Bloom. Let's check his equipment. So we do have an awesome new rod that we can give him. Oh, he has 99 for the other status. What is he getting that from? Wait, that doesn't add up. 11, 10, 9, 10. How does that equal 99? The math doesn't check out there. He just magically has 99? That's like 40. Where is he getting that from? I want 99 on that, because then I'd have full status immunity, presumably. Alright, let's go to storage. Let's get some equipment here. See if we can make these guys happen. Alright, let's see here. Oh, we got some drift happening again. This happened yesterday. There we go. Okay. Let's see. We're not going to give him a rare weapon. But this might be better than what he's got. We'll take a look. Yeah, it's better. Alright, so we'll give him those. And then we have this Rod of Gales. Let's see, I think he's already wearing one of these. We could give this to Moonstone. This to Moonstone. Do we want to give this to... Yeah, we can give this to Wise Man. That would be pretty good on Wise Man. Is this better? Yeah. Okay, so we'll give one of these to Wise Man. This is not a great thing to give to Moonstone, but it could work. Oh, this would be better. We'll give this to Moonstone. Yeah. And then for leggies... you could try this for Wise Man. Might not be better than what he's got. And then this would be the one for Moonstone. Okay. And I can't move. There we go. Alright, Wise Man, gift. You get... oh, we're carrying a Raikomaru. Okay, that's what we're gonna give Wise Man. Rod of Gales for you.
Not a bad item. Now then.
We'll just give him this.
Quite an item.
Yep. Foxcrest. Tribal robes.
This is it. Now then.
Charred guard.
This is...
well, he really likes the stuff that we're giving him. And... Stone Greaves.
quite an...
Okay.
Oh.
And then for Moonstone... let's compare these really quick. There's kind of a case to be made for this instead, which is interesting. But we'll still give him the Raikomaru.
Think. Oh.
And then Eaglehood.
Think. Oh.
Jasper Halberg.
Think. Oh.
Hammer Gloves.
Oh.
Stone Solarit.
Think.
And then I think everything else I need to store. These are my new boots. Those are going in. And these we already have a bunch. We'll put those back in. And the Slayers we can put back in, I guess. These can go in. Scrolls can stay. Alright, there we go. Cool. I guess we'll do a quick status check here. Physical attack, 9. Magical attack, 66, though. Incredible. And his magic evade is 99. Wow. That's fantastic. My physical evade is 98, and my magic evade is 85. Wow, okay. Really good stats, actually. Yeah, it looks really good, actually. Our defenses are all really good, except for his physical defense. His physical defense is pretty scary. But it could certainly be worse. But everything else is pretty on par, like a decent amount of status immunity on everybody. We are very close to full immunity. 83. We need that 83 right here with the heart. I gotta be in front of my cup. This number. We need this number right here to be 99, and then we can't get status effects. Those two bottom ones are status effect immunities. All right, let's drop a save. This will be slot 5. And we'll call this Moonstone and Wise Man equipped. All right, and it's almost time for the ad, so I think I'm just going to do it now before we jump into the dungeon. So, When we come back, we're going to do a snack tasting. And then we're going to jump into this optional dungeon for Moonstone to go help him find this item that he wants to find. And maybe change our mind about Wise Man as a party member. We'll see. This is his shot. You're going to see Mario Party between 4 CPUs on N64 hardware if you are not in ads. I'm going to feed the pups. I'm going to put the little guy in his nap and maybe grab a little extra bite of something for myself before or after the snack tasting. We'll see. And I will see you in about 3 to 5 minutes. And we'll get things kicked off here. Thanks for being here. All right, I'm back. It's snack time. All right, pause the party. And let's go over here. Put the tunes back on. Now I gotta decide what I want here. We're gonna have something that's candy. Let's have these. These have been in the bag for a long time, and they might be all stuck together. We're gonna try a variety of Sour Patch Kids. I'm not just doing this for ASMR. I'm trying to unstick them. Okay, they're not completely stuck together. That's good. So this is the Lemonade Fest variety of Sour Patch Kids. That's not working. I'll come up to the camera in a second. Let me get the roaming mic going again here. These are 4 different flavors in the pack. I believe the original Sour Patch Kids is 5. Yellow, red, green, blue, orange. Yeah, there's 5 in the original. So there's only 4 in here. We've got strawberry lemonade, blue raspberry lemonade, lemonade, shocking, and cherry lime lemonade. All right, switch over to the roaming mic here. Let me give you a closer look. Picked these up a while ago. They've been waiting to be tasted for quite some time. This is a corn syrup joint, but you know, sometimes we make exceptions. Let's see what we got going on here. We're gonna try each of the flavors individually. We might try some combinations. They are a little bit sticky, but not completely. Very easy to differentiate the different colors here. It's weird not to see the green. Very pleasing colors, though. Let me show you. We've got a red, a pink, a blue, and a yellow. But the blue is kind of like green leaning, and the pink is kind of like orange leaning. Come on. There we go. The color representation is probably not great here because they're under like yellow lights, but they're not the exact same colors as the regular Sour Patch Kids by any stretch. I guess the yellow is pretty dang close, but the blue is quite different than a regular blue Sour Patch Kid. It's like teal. So let's try the red one first, which I am assuming is the cherry lime lemonade. I'm a huge fan of cherry limeade. Shout out Brahms. Oh yeah. That's nice. That's very nice. Tasted like cherry first, and then artificial lime. Cherry and lime are 2 artificial flavors that I usually like no matter what, but I like them when they lean more sour. So obviously in a sour candy, I'm gonna get that, which I like. But even more so, with them being together, it's like the sourness of the cherry supports the lime, and the sourness of the lime supports the cherry, and it keeps either one from being like too sweet. That's pretty tasty. Let's try the strawberry lemonade, the pink one. I can really taste the lemonade on this one. We have a powder mix of lemonades that we like to buy because they don't have any fake sugar in them, except for stevia. And you just mix it with like ice water and shake it up, and it's a delicious beverage. And strawberry is one of the ones that we buy. There's like 3 flavors that we like, that we kind of rotate, and it tastes a lot like that. Very good. Let's go for the straight lemonade next, just lemonade. Tastes just like a yellow Sour Patch Kid. maybe a little bit more tame. Maybe that's just this bag having sat. And then blue raspberry lemonade, which I believe the blue Sour Patch Kid is blue raspberry. So let's see if this tastes any different. I don't think so. Tastes like a blue Sour Patch Kid to me, which is fine. It's probably my second favorite of the original colors. So half of these are unique and original, and the other half are just other Sour Patch Kids. Very good though. Guilty pleasure, for sure. Sour gummies are very, very dangerous. Bad for your teeth, bad for your gut, bad for my skin, but man, they're tasty. Luckily, despite being blessed with not great skin, I am blessed with a pretty strong gut and very strong teeth. So I can flex a little bit and enjoy some sour gummies. Now my hands are a little sticky. I need my Pro Towel. And some water. All right, thanks for joining me for a snack tasting. Get back on the good mic. Definitely not the best or worst Sour Patch Kids variant I've had. All right, it's dungeon time. For our good buddy, said in jest, Moonstone. We're going to Dying Grieving Battlefield. See what we can learn about Moonstone. He hardly says anything. One thing that I might try to do between streams is it would be cool to go back and find some videos from Volume 1 and Volume 2 of like when and how you recruit some of these characters, especially the ones that aren't required, which is like most of them. I feel like it would be good for me to revisit that. Okay, so first thing, Fairy's Orb. And then what strengthened spells do y'all have? Just let them rip. Whatever you got. While I get mine on. Oh, they don't have any. Okay. Don't worry, guys. I got it. This is going to be especially important for Wise Man. Good thing he has like triple my SP. Well, actually, it's more like double. I'm not going to do App Corv on Wise Man because he won't need it. But I will give it to myself and Moonstone. So we're going to hope that the field enemies are ones that we can clear fairly easily, and if they are, we will clear it for experience and items. But if they're annoying, we'll just go straight into the dungeon. That's a chest. Because there are milestones for numbers of fields where you cleared all of the portals. That's probably something with this game that I'd be willing to look up. Like, what are the top numbers for some of these things that I would need to shoot for if I wanted to get all the rewards? Okay. Skills is what I want to click. Because I want Moonstone to use physical, and I want Wise Man to use magic. these guys are no problem. We like fighting them. We did get a status. Oh. Wrong one. Wrong character. Another chest. Okay, so far so good. I like how the footsteps get quieter when I pan the camera out. That's kind of cool. Okay.
Guns up.
Well, we look very good against these guys. Moonstone got paralyzed again, but no big deal. This is a very large field, so it would take a while to clear. But if it's all starfish, we will do it. Oh, we got these guys. Okay, these guys are fine. These guys don't have magic tolerance, or physical tolerance. Oh, wow, that was a very quick death for Moonstone. That doesn't go well. He's dead again? Is he, like, weak against dark element or something? What is happening? How did he take so much damage? Yeah, look at that. Holy crap. 700 damage and 600 damage in 2 hits. He died. What the heck? His physical defense is only 1 point lower than mine. So yeah, look at this. His darkness element is -1, whereas mine is 26. So he's just really weak against those guys. Interesting. Well, that's going to be a problem. There's definitely worse things that we would have to deal with. But that is a problem. Oh, before I forget, reminder that there will be an extended break today at 6. Because I got to feed the little guy. The lady is out of town this weekend. So that will only affect stream today. She'll be back before Tuesday's stream. So the normally 3 to 5 minute break at 6 will be like 15 to 20 minutes. So you'll get an extended Mario Party sesh. A lot of these are chests, so that works out. Okay, another starfish. Love to see it. This guy's really not a threat. Somehow got the paralysis on Wise Man this time. Which is why he's not casting any magic and why it's taking longer. Buffs ran out. Okay, cool. He got rid of his paralysis on his own. Good job, buddy. When we run into something that has physical tolerance, that's when we're really going to be able to test the mettle of Wise Man and see if he's going to be a viable party member. We may have been a little bit quick to judge. We wrote him off before. But he is the most powerful magic user that we have access to. So, no question there. Can I score some Twilight Onions on this map, maybe? That might be another thing that I'd be willing to look up in this game, is like where to get certain grunty food. These guys are very strong. Rang. But see, Moonstone takes those hits way better because he doesn't have -1 earth resistance. I wonder if there's a way to farm like stat up items to where you could just get max stats. Because they seem really rare right now. They've pretty much all been story related, I would imagine. But it'd be really cool to get like all of your like status resistance and like elemental resistance maxed out with like consumables. Even if you didn't do it to like your regular stats, like your attack, defense, evade, accuracy. Ooh, we got a buff, free buff. Okay. A buff that we already had. Maybe don't use earth spells, wise man. There you go, use the wood. Which I believe is super effective. Okay, can you heal me? Please. Oh, nice. He has the AoE one as well. I guess that's another good test for Wise Man. We need him to be a pretty good healer as well. We kind of need him to be everything. So Wise Man always seems to open up with the Earth spell, and then it's like he realizes, oh, I can't use that, and he switches to a different element, which is great. But it's kind of interesting how other aspects of the AI doesn't adapt. Like, they'll just continue to use physical attacks on a magic enemy until you tell them not to. Okay, need these back for Moonstone. Which probably means mine are about to expire too. Okay, 4 more portals. When I hit level 65, I kind of want to go after the level 70 zone. Okay, there's only one of these, so maybe Moonstone won't die. They do quite a bit of damage to me too, but not as much as they did to Moonstone. Okay, now my buffs and Wise Man's buffs. We'll skip health for now. Whew, 1,700 damage is massive. Good job, Wise Man. Two more. Okay. Moonstone's probably gonna die. Okay, he attacked me. Nice. Got him before he could go again. Thank you. Hey, come on. No, thank you. Been doing so good today. Don't start now. Alright, we cleared the field. Now I will put this back on. So yeah, if Wise Man is usually staying back and using skills, his lack of HP shouldn't be too much of a problem. Maybe that was part of the issue before too. I wasn't like hitting the skills gambit at the beginning of encounters when we had him before. And I think he was just like whacking stuff with his like 6 physical attack points. So maybe that was all he needed. It was just a little bit of direction. Alright, where's the entrance to this dungeon? Here we go. So we're here to help Moonstone find the Moon Knife.
God statue. Moon knife.
He sounds like Jim Cummings. I don't think it is, but he's in that register. All right, here we go. Presumably we will see the same enemies inside that we did outside, but it's not always the case. There's that paralysis. Gratitude. Yeah, he's doing massive damage from back there. So Wise Man is doing a great job so far. I still want to test him with a like physical tolerance dungeon and see how much weight he can pull there. And I want to put him in more situations where he needs to heal as well. But he's definitely already shown that he's worth more credit than I gave him. Oops, I don't need to do that. Wise Man does not need the physical boost. Yeah, that's pretty cool with his magic, where he uses a spell, and then the spell informs him like what element the enemy is, and then he pivots to like the element that they're weak against. Obviously, it would be great if he could just tell right off the bat, but I don't really think that I'm gonna set that as my expectation. My expectation would be that he would use the same one that doesn't work over and over and over. So I'm just glad that he doesn't do that. Well water. But it's in a barrel. Is well water still well water after it comes out of the well? Like, what happens if you put well water in a bottle? Does it become bottled water because you put it in a bottle? Or is it still well water? What label takes precedence? What is the dominant label? We've got filtered water, we've got distilled water, we've got reverse osmosis water, well water, spring water, mountain spring water. Oh, here we go. This will be a great test for Wise Man. We hate these ladies. They are the worst. They run around and cast powerful magic and freeze us in place. Roadie water? Is that like an actual thing, Kiki, or are you just combining a bunch of labels into an acronym? Would that be reverse osmosis, distilled, ionized? What would the I be? Yes, I said too many things and I don't know what you're saying yes to. Wake me up. It's real, okay. So these aren't the Earth Maiden that we were troubled by before. But they're the same thing of a different element. They're the Spark Maiden. So we'll have to watch out for them. They're new. De-ionized. Interesting. Oh, whoops. I haven't even really paid attention to whether or not Moonstone is using SP. Maybe I don't need to give him that. Like, he's probably using some when I'm telling him to use skills, but if he's not using a ton, I might be able to just forego that. Oh yeah, when you're talking about aquatic life, that's totally different than just human drinking water. Yeah, you gotta learn like a whole new host of labels and possibilities. I wasn't even thinking about that. I was also just kind of memeing on the idea of well water becoming bottled water after being put into a bottle. Oh, nice. It's a chest. You don't have to attack it. One day I will have the fish tank of my dreams. Very high on the bucket list. Another chest. Whoa, it's this big boy. Haven't seen you in a little while. Oh, it has magic tolerance. Okay. So what will you do here, wise man? Just use stuff that can't hit it. He just keeps trying spells. Fair enough. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Do-do-de-do-do. Okay, there's the down. One more room, perhaps? Couple more. Okay. Put this back on. Oh, that time he didn't do Earth first. Oh, but he did it second. Okay, well he's apparently not operating the way that I thought he was. Heal now. Oh, they both have healing. Okay, nice. Buffs are gone again. I thought this was going to be a treasure room, and that I could wait to do my buffs. And of course, it's the guy with magic tolerance. Don't open that second portal, Moonstone. Oh, he's about to die. There it goes. Oh no, not these ladies. Alright, prepare to use a million potions. Gotta get rid of this guy though. Hopefully those spells that Wise Man are throwing out are at least AoE so he can hit them. Okay. Where are they? Right, let's go for this one that's cornered a little bit. Okay, that's one. Okay, actually, that's a good call. Oh, he got him already. Okay, wow. Okay, Wise Man's doing great. He's doing awesome. We're happy with Wise Man. I guess now I could have waited until going down to the next floor, but whatever.
Golden egg.
Uh-huh. Alright. Now we can go down. I can eat some more gummies. Okay, B3, presumably the last floor. I can't have any more of these. They're too dangerous. Gotta cut myself off there. Oh boy. Time Visitor, what a name. Oh, this is the bottom. Last battle, okay. It's really helpful to have the magic user though for these ladies, because part of the reason why they suck so much is just because they get held, or you get held in place but they get to run away, but at least with the return magic they get held in place too. So you can slash them up while they're trying to run away. Okay, so we need to hit the Got statue here. We'll just hope that intuition rings true. And that it's the upward path. And because I'm assuming we're gonna get warped out after we hit the Got statue. But maybe it's not until we actually interact with it, so we... Like, sometimes you can screw up, and sometimes you are protected from screwing up. And you don't really know which kind of a dungeon it's gonna be. Yo, what's up, Dreambound? Welcome in. How's it going? Alright, cool. Either way, we're good. Thank you for the happy 700. It is indeed an arbitrary milestone, but still kind of wild to imagine. Back from the gym, nice. Congrats on gym. Absolutely exhausted. Well, that means you must have done a great job. So great job. I need water. Those gummies make me so thirsty. Alright, I don't think there's going to be a boss, so I'm not going to do any more buffing. Yeah. There's the moon knife, and it's a key item. Very cool.
Moon knife. Moon.
Right.
I'll
Smiley
give
face.
this to you, Moonstone.
Are you sure?
Of course.
Nice guy kite.
Thanks. For you.
Oh.
Thanks.
That's probably a stat up item, like I was talking about earlier.
Okay, let's go back.
There's a couple others that start with secret,
Yes.
so that's probably what that is. Trying to build muscle and lose body fat. Want to hit 220 by next year. It's good to have goals. I think a lot of people go to the gym and they're like really excited. You know, it feels like a milestone in itself just to start going to the gym, and it is. But I think a lot of people, like, they achieve that milestone. They're like, all right, I started going to the gym. And then they, like, build the habit. And then they, like, because they didn't have, like, a preset goal, they come to realize that maybe there was, like a subconscious preconceived notion of what their goal might have been if they didn't, like, go out of their way to make one. Because they're like, oh, well, is this doing anything for me? And, like, they can't tell if they feel different or if they look different. And I think a lot of people that try really hard to build a gym habit can fall off the wagon, or even if it's not a gym, just exercising. It's really easy. It's like the easiest habit to, like, fall off the wagon with, I feel like, because it's just such a, you're like choosing to do a difficult, challenging thing, which is very easy to talk yourself out of as a human being. And I think if you have the tangible goal, it helps. You can like use that as like your carrot at the end of the stick. It's like, well, you said you wanted to do this and you haven't reached that goal yet. So you've got to keep going, you know, and like everybody needs the thing that like keeps them on the wagon. So that's cool to hear that you have a very tangible goal. Yeah, if you get sick, or like me, like I'm rehabbing my shoulder right now and I haven't been able to do my normal exercise routine in like a month. And it, like, I'm pissed about it, you know, like it's, yeah, when your groove gets thrown off, it's hard to get back on. What did I get? Physical accuracy +2. Yep, there it is. We're gonna immediately put that in storage. What's up, Jim? How are you? That's so funny. I'm sure no one that's in here has any idea what you're talking about, and that probably seems like a really weird message, which is probably what you were going for. In which case, you know, respect. Hope you're doing well today, Jem. Yeah, I'm not even gonna make you explain. I'll explain. Well, I'll somewhat explain. I always hang out in Jackie's chat on Friday before I start stream, because it like times out perfectly where like I get to hang out for like the chatting portion of the stream, and then right about the time that I have to go like start getting ready to start my own stream. She's usually getting into the game. And she's playing Sekiro right now, which is like not a super interesting game for me. Like even somebody that I like really enjoy watching, like it's just not really an interesting game for me to watch somebody stream, kind of like regardless of who it is. And we were talking about like some really interesting topics today, and I had like a really interesting back and forth with Jackie today, and I think I came off the wrong way. She thought I was being like really combative, but I was just trying to like kind of like poke her a little bit to get her to explain some of the things that she was thinking about a little bit more. And she said something very complimentary to me, and that's what Jem is referencing, which is very funny. 2:45 right now. Yeah, well, you can totally do it. You can totally do it, Dreambound. I believe in you. I think you set, like, I'm not saying that it won't be difficult or that it won't be hard, but I think you set like a very tangible and reasonable goal for yourself, which is great. So we did Moonstone's quest. We learned absolutely nothing about him, and we got an item. So we're just gonna form up a party and go straight to Netslum, I guess. Although we do have some messages to check, so let's do that first. Yo, Vashi, welcome in. How are you? Happy Friday, if you're celebrating. Let's go back to desktop here. Doing good, glad to hear it. Yeah, doing good. Doing good. Oh, we got a lot of emails here. Mostly just follow-ups, I'm sure. So do we want to agree that we don't like bugs, or do we want to change the subject? Let's go with this one. Okay. So she likes Gardenia's lifestyle and attitude, but she doesn't think that they're cute. Like they're whimsical and they don't listen to you? This is totally what I would say, so... See, Digimon cards are pretty intense. If you add more rules among players, it makes it even more interesting. Really, Moonstone just sent me an email that is an ellipsis. You ever get an email where the whole email is just the subject line? I'm just gonna presume that he wants to know about my hobbies, but he's too shy to ask. Maybe Moonstone is like ESL, you know? This is me if I was at work. This is how I would respond to an email like this if I was in a work setting. I would be so professionally a jerk to that person. Like, I have no idea what you're trying to say. Please write the body of the email. Oh, I have to save this for myself. This is so good. This is like exactly something that I would write to a coworker who's pissing me off. Oh, your left wrist has been acting up since you broke it. Yeah, that's a little sketchy. Gotta be careful for sure. Do you wear any kind of like brace or protection when you exercise? All right, well I'm gonna send him this one because the other one is just wild. Glad to work with you. Hey, he actually said something. I like that he sent all three of these in a row, too. Alright. Not currently, yeah. I'm not an expert. I'm not a sports therapist or anything like that. I'm not trying to tell you to do anything. just making conversation. All right, so we need to form a party and go to Netslum. So, because it's story related, we're going to bring our story party, which is Balmung and Black Rose. They're our faves. Oh, and I just got an email. It's probably just follow-up to one of the ones that I just sent, so I'm going to ignore it for now. Do I need to do any equipment management here? We already did item management. We don't need to restock potions. I think 80 is fine. So let's drop a save. This is going to be slot 1. And we'll call this Moonstone done. Netslum prep. Alright, let's go see what's going on. This might be a big lore dump. I kind of want to look at some NPC trades. Just out of curiosity. See what's out there. It's a pretty solid piece. It's also a pretty solid piece. This actually might be better than what I'm currently wearing. Cat's hat. Oh, this is a rare. This is really good for... Oh, it's weird. It's best suited for a Wave Master, but it's medium armor, so a Wave Master can't wear it. That sucks. Level 73. That's definitely one of the highest levels we've seen. It's pretty standard, but it's got good stats. Broke it right where your arm bones attach to your wrist. Yeah, the wrist is like one of the most complicated joints in the body, and it's a really hard place to rehabilitate an injury from. I suppose number one would probably be like your back, or maybe like neck. The shoulder's a pretty complicated joint too, but I feel like wrist is worse. Obviously there's no good options. I need to look at my gloves. Okay, that's right. I'm wearing goblin gloves. So yeah, we can't really justify letting those go. You think shoulder and knee are probably the worst? I guess the knee is like the worst, like consequentially. Because, you know, people need to walk. This is a pretty solid piece of equipment, too. Oh, but it's heavy. Okay. Yeah, my mom had a knee injury when I was, like, 3 years old. And it affected her for the rest of her life. And I'm sure, like, some of that is related to, like, the time period. But it definitely is still like that. Alright, I'm not seeing anything super compelling on the trade list. I'm warded off. I'm not interested anymore. Let's go. Let's go to Netslum. We gotta go to Lambda, though. We're not level 65 yet, right? We didn't, like, magically jump 3 levels in one side dungeon. A full desire to watch Castle in the Sky. Interesting. I think that's actually one of the ones that I haven't seen. Yeah, we're not at 65 yet. Alright, here we go. To Netslum. Yeah, I want to go here and check out what this is, but it's level 70, so... I'm a little scared. It's probably lore time.
Are you two planning to contact Helba? Well, I don't know what you're both up to, but I'm afraid I deleted that post. It's no more.
Okay.
The truth is, she won't be coming here, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah?
The hackers, they're having a good laugh. They find the current affairs to be quite amusing. What do you intend to do with them? I'm curious to know. Tell me.
Why do you say things like that? Because it's the company's policy?
What?
Leos, you should know by now that the problems are unrelated to Helba.
What do you know? Do you think you're a hero now because of that bracelet? Don't make me laugh. So wear that thing if you want. I will restore the system without the help of that abominable item.
Leos, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you that if we want the same results, we should work together.
I do not work with hackers.
You pighead. It makes me want to bust your brains out if you have any.
If he wasn't so thick-skulled, I'd have done it already.
Helba, how'd you...
A deleted post is meaningful, fraught with significance. Did you actually think I would pass up something that juicy? Deleting messages with clues that point toward the truth? Shameful. Even a pighead like you is aware of the present situation, right?
Just because I'm silent doesn't mean you have permission to call me a pighead.
Fair enough, but first prove to me that you aren't a pighead.
What?
The players who fell into comas during the game continue to suffer. What we ought to be doing right now...
All right. If it will stop your insistent demand, I will do it on one condition. You can prove to me how serious you are by obtaining a virus core from the lowest level of the dungeon. The Dungeon of Sigma, Sorrowful Sweltering Arena.
That's not a problem.
But you cannot use data drain. Only under that condition will I join forces with Helba.
Don't be ridiculous. What are we supposed to do if a data bug suddenly shows up?
Understood. I agree.
Huh? Are you kidding? Understood? What are you saying?
If I do it, you'll work with Helba?
Only if you fulfill the condition.
It's nearly impossible to soften that pighead. I want you to show him that you're serious.
Okay, this is getting totally out of hand.
Okay. Well, we have our objective. Okay, I'm pausing to write here. So, he says he'll only work with us in Helba if we go to a specific dungeon and obtain a virus core without using data drain. Now, as far as we know, that's not possible. I'm wondering if I should write data drain in purple marker. We haven't used purple for anything yet. It's still kind of wide open. There's just not a lot of skills in this game that I think I'm going to write down, but could be good. I'll catch up on chat in a second here when I'm done writing. I think it makes more sense for me to just write data drain in orange. But we'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind retroactively. Kite agrees to the terms. Despite the assumption that it may not be possible. Okay, that's all it was. Yeah, I still have quite a few Ghibli movies on my list that I haven't seen that I would like to see. Or ones that I've only seen once, like a really long time ago, and I would like to rewatch. Well, I guess this would be a good chance for me to check my mail in case any other side stuff has shown up before we go to this next dungeon. But let me write that down really quick. Oh, it's in Sigma. Okay, let's go there real quick. Sorrowful, sweltering arena. Virus core for Leos. I feel like we're gonna, I feel like there's gonna be a twist with Leos. Like, we're gonna end up finding out that he's a more prominent person at the company than we assumed, or he's got some kind of, larger plan that we are being woven into, you know, something like that. That's what I'm expecting. Or maybe the twist will just be that he, joins our side and realizes that our goal is more important than protecting CC Corp's image. Alright, more social emails here. And we're gonna run an ad after this. So Black Rose doesn't like bugs. Sanjuro wants to make his character ambidextrous. Oh, okay, so Moonstone is super type A. Level up in the world for 2 hours, jog around for 30 minutes, shower, breakfast. You're not supposed to weight train every day. Today I jogged around my neighborhood. There's this young pup that always follows me around everywhere. I hate it. I can't concentrate at all when it's around. He's so American Psycho coded. I guess I'll try to relate to him a little bit more with this one. And let's look at the board really quick before the ad hits. Hackers. Oh, we can just see that the cryptic message that Black Rose posted is deleted. Got it. All right, I'm gonna run another ad here. I'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. And then we're headed to a story dungeon where something bad is probably going to happen, if I had to guess. Because I don't know how we're going to get a virus core without using data drain. So let's party up with our two faves.
I'll handle.
And I guess drop a save. Oh my god. Another email. I'm gonna ignore it. It's probably just a reply to the one that I just sent. Slot number 2. And we'll call this Leos Prep. Alright. Hi, Smashy. Yes, we've been so busy. And very silly. It's true. Alright, I'll be back in about 3 minutes. With Dungeon Time. Thanks for being here. Listen to those cursed, slightly pitch-shifted, pitch-randomized Donkey Kong noises. It's really something. All right. We're back. Dungeon time. Smashy, I hope you're having a good Friday. Sorrowful, sweltering arena. Can we get some Twilight Onions? Probably not, because I think it's based on, like, the elemental biome. But maybe not.
You understand?
I understand. I won't use data drain in this area. But Leos, you'd better keep your promise, too.
Not feeling good about this one. I'm not feeling good that we're going to be able to do this. And if we are able to do it, I don't think he's going to hold up his end of the deal. Because it seems like he thinks that we can't do it, and he's like trying to prove a point. But we'll see. Let's see what we got in the field here. It's the bees! Oh my god, that was a lot of damage. Also, not skills. Attack. These things' gimmick is don't stand right in front of them, and they have high evade. But it's really hard to tell where you are or where they're facing. How's it going, Shane? Thank you for the congrats. Yes, believe it or not, it is my 700th stream. Also, thank you for not the bees. Has anyone else just been unable to stop thinking about the fact that Nick Cage is going to be Spider-Man? Because I am having trouble stopping thinking about it. You didn't know this, now you can't stop thinking about it. Yeah, well, you're welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch that show, because I gotta know. I gotta know. It looks like it could be cool. I'm not gonna make any snap judgments on it. It certainly looks like they're trying really hard. It looks high effort. And that's enough to get me interested. It's live action, and it's going to be a streaming series. And it is 1930s noir. It's really interesting from, like, a legal licensing standpoint, too. I guess, like, for some reason they can't legally call him Spider-Man because of, like, the relationship between Sony and Marvel. So he is Spider-Noir, and he will be referred to as Spider-Noir. And also his name apparently can't be Peter Parker. So he's like a obscure alternate universe character that is Spider-Noir in some of the comics. His name is like Ben something or whatever. Or Barry something, I don't know. But for all intents and purposes, he is a Spider-Man. But the premise of the show seems pretty interesting. Like, first of all, you can watch the whole show in black and white or, like, old-timey true hue color, which I think is cool. Like, that's a lot of effort that I appreciate. That's an attention to detail. It's a smart choice. It's good marketing. And then also the time of the show is like that this guy was Spider-Man when he was like in high school and college, like a typical Peter Parker. But then he kind of like hung it up when he got older to like settle down, and then he became a detective. And then something happens to where he like needs to like be Spider-Man again, as well as being a detective. That's like the setup for the show, which I think sounds kind of interesting. You know, it's not an origin story, and it's not like some really out there, hard to grasp premise. Okay, can you just use some magic so that this thing will stop running? My god. And I'll whack it while you freeze it. These things are so annoying. Was there a buff right there? I do not have time to play. Keep using magic. Yes, don't let them run. That's the problem, is the running. These things are the worst in the field, because they can just run forever like the goblins. There's no boundaries. There's no walls. At least in a dungeon, they're in like a small-ish room. Like even the largest room in a dungeon is... Yeah, and then Balmung gets stuck on a piece of the environment. Are we good? We good? Okay. Now where's that chest? There you go. Yeah, his character was in one of the Spider-Verse movies, and he was actually voiced by Nick Cage, and he is like the same character, which one of my friends actually reminded me of. I've seen the Spider-Verse movies. I think they're great. I love the animation. But I didn't remember that like tiny detail when I watched the Nick Cage trailer. So they kind of set that up in a very Marvel-esque way, which is also cool. Let's see. You have rig same, I have rig D. But yeah, the show itself is going to be live action. I think it starts pretty soon. I want to say it's like this month or next month. So we'll find out pretty soon. Alright, now here's a mob I can get down with. Just some guys that do attacks. We attack them back. Stop trying to kill Black Rose. Well, it looks like we're going to be able to clear this field. It just might take a while. Death is annoying. Okay, that sucks. Okay, use magic on this thing. Nice. That's actually a really nice strategy to be able to lean on. Just have them use magics to freeze it in place, and then I can use physical attacks. Alright, I lost all my buffs because I died. Try not to do that again. Okay. Jesus. Yeah, death is such an interesting thing in this game. It's not like death like it is in most RPGs, where you just actually die. It's more like a critical hit, where it like puts you into a near-death state and like does. And it also doesn't knock you down to like 1 HP. It just knocks you down to like 10%. Somewhere in that range. Definitely not gonna wait another 12 years, Shane. I have a feeling that this is gonna be pretty short, because these are pretty short. So, if it turns out to be as short as I think it's gonna be, I will probably just go right into Volume 4. That's currently my plan, is to just go straight into Volume 4. Because I think that'll be the best thing for everybody. Because it'll just really open up future polls. You know, I would hate to do the same thing where it's like, okay, now you gotta vote for Volume 4, or it's gonna be on every poll until it wins. You know, and listen to me like spin my wheels about that. It's probably better to just go straight through, I think. But if this ends up taking a lot longer than I think, then I might change my mind. But I think like even doing like every single optional thing, it's still really not going to take that long. Like we might already be like halfway done with this. And it's only day 7. Because if you skip all the optional stuff, these can be really, really quick. And I'm gonna be like really taking my time with it and not rushing at all. But I still think it's gonna go by quicker than like a typical RPG playthrough. Like probably by half. Most of my playthroughs seem to be like 20-something VODs, you know, 20-something streams. 21, 24, 27, like in there. And I wouldn't be surprised if this one is like 12, 14. Which, you know, isn't quite half, but it's around there. Okay. Macros is asleep. I always use the wrong one. I need to memorize those. But yeah, even if we chose to make it a poll situation, we would make sure that it's not 12 years. Alright, I don't love this mob. Let's just go ahead and pick magic now. Whew. This thing. There we go. No, magic. Stop her movement. It's also really good damage. So it works out. But yeah, even if we do go quote-unquote straight through to Volume 4, there will still be, like, you know, filler arc stream in between. Just as, like, a 1-week palate cleanser. And I guess maybe, like, I don't know, we could go ahead and vote for the game that's after Volume 4 before Volume 4 or something, if we wanted to. Let's go after you first, this time. Maybe that's a better idea. No, did she just die? Dang it. She died again? Girl, please. These guys are strong. I guess they were like probably both hitting her because we weren't around to draw aggro. But I don't know how she couldn't get away from them to help us chase the maiden. But yeah, it'll be exciting to have these crossed off and open up the RPG polls a little bit more. We'll have a little bit more variety. So we'll have 2 unique RPG options plus a tactical option. Instead of a fixed option, another RPG, and a tactical option. And I think I'm going to play around with the rotation of the tactical options too. For all the polls we've done so far, I was just switching back and forth between the two, like the top 2 games from the tactical RPG bracket that we did. But now what I think I'll probably do is like pick the game. Whoa, that was a steep slope. Pick the game from the tactical RPG bracket that supports the most variety amongst the other 2 RPG options, and then look at oh, I need a restorative. And then look at their placement in the bracket, basically. So like okay, the 2 RPGs are like a PlayStation RPG and a PS2 RPG. So let's look for one of the tactical RPGs that's like not on one of those 2 consoles, and then maybe pick the highest ranking one or something, you know, something like that. Instead of just like, oh, put the number 1 on there every time until it wins, even if it's like really similar to the other games on the poll. I think I'm gonna prioritize variety across the poll over obeying the results of the tactical bracket, or just arbitrarily switching between number 1 and number 2, like I've done so far. All right, we've almost cleared the field. This is not a bad field. Hopefully the enemies inside the dungeon are the same. Obviously we hate the maidens, but they'll be easier to deal with inside the constraints of the dungeon. 2 more portals. Sorry for the screen flashing. It does this in every story-related dungeon, and there's nothing I can do about it. It's pretty obnoxious. I think there's a certain amount of randomness to it. Luckily, it doesn't happen during battle, which is a smart choice. We're gonna have to restock potions after this dungeon. We have used so many. Maybe we're finally at a spot where we can afford the better potion. And we can buy a full stack of the 800 heals instead of the 400s. Oh, and we are poisoned. Jesus. A Bleach tactical RPG for the DS. Wow. That's wild. I feel like I'm due for a rewatch of like the first arc of Bleach just for a nostalgia injection. Just like the first like 52 episodes or whatever it is. That's such a good run. There's a lot of good stuff after that too, but I think for the purpose of like a fairly expeditious rewatch, that's probably as far as I would want to go. Obviously, I could change my mind once I got there. Wait, is what not visible in the stream, Dreambound? You keep meaning to play it because you want to let Chad win a fight. That's funny. I wouldn't call him the Yamcha of Bleach. I think that's that's wildly inaccurate, Shane. But I get what you're saying. Oh, the flashing. Well, I guess if it's not showing up for you guys, that's fantastic. But I think it probably is.
Yeah.
That. That. Where the colors invert. And there's like a static noise. I can definitely see it on the OBS preview. I guess there could be like a weird like 30 frames versus 60 frames kind of thing, but yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody's seeing it. Yeah, it doesn't do it when you're in battle, which is good. So maybe that's why it looked like it wasn't showing up. Yeah, it is indeed visible. Pretty hard to miss. Alright, so I'm assuming we're going to go through this dungeon, it's going to be fairly unremarkable, and then we're going to get to the bottom, and there's going to be a boss that is a data bug, and therefore we can't damage it without using data drain, and we're going to have some kind of like intervention with like Helba and or Leos, where it's like, hey, either you let us use data drain, and you come to realize that it's a necessary evil to achieve our goal, or we unlock some way to deal with data bugs that doesn't use data drain. The bee commando. Alright, let me try telling y'all to heal. While I whack this thing. Maybe that's the way that we deal with these in the future, to save potions, because these are the things that are eating most of my potions. Not the maidens, not the hammer guys. Here we go. Buffs restored. The outline has defeated you? What outline, Kiki? Oh, this is a new enemy. Magatunkuro. Magatunkuro. Oh, we've seen this guy before. Just not... We didn't see him in the field. Okay, he's no problem. Oh, really, Shane? Yeah, it was in one of the side missions that we did yesterday. I don't remember which one. We did a couple of fire and dark themed areas yesterday, and he was there in one of them. Neat. Oh, you're trying to format some kind of document, I see. Here he is again. What does this guy remind me of? Is it that boss from Twilight Princess that you fight with the spinner? What's that thing's name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Starts with like a C-A-L or a S. It's not Colgera. It's not. Or is it, does it start with Stal? Like Stalfos? God, what is that thing's name? It's the boss of Arbiter's Grounds in Twilight Princess. Kind of has a similar vibe. It's like a skeletal thing that ends at like the bottom of the spine. And it's like buried. Totally different head and color scheme. But maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Okay, there's the down. Oh, that's everything. Okay, pretty small first floor. Are there any breakables in here? No. These guys are very strong. Paralysis. Okay, you can have a potion. Oh, there's 3 of them. I didn't even realize. Okay, let's switch to first aid for a second. I'll kill the second one. Oh, just kidding. Alright. Killed me. Kill the other one. Come on. There we go. Alright, now... Alright. Oh, I have no SP, because I died. Just gotta wait. There we go. Game. Oh, was that something that you had been looking for and like didn't realize that it was right under your nose, Kiki, or? Love that you have a world building binder. Oh, I see. You just grabbed a random binder and it happened to be the right one. We love serendipity. Alright, floor 2 looks like it's going to be pretty small as well. Oh, maybe not. Knock on wood, we have not run into physical tolerance in quite a while. I should have been keeping better track. I want to say that we haven't run into physical tolerance in any required dungeons. Here's our boy. If this game had the combat system of, like, Fantasy Life, I think it would be the perfect video game for me. Oh yeah, I gotta find that song yesterday that I was really liking. During one of the Goblin races, we were really, or at least I was really vibing to a song. Okay, preemptive first aid. Okay, that worked out beautifully. Oh, dang it, it was Black Rose. If it was less pause in menus, you'd probably like it. Yeah, it's a lot of menuing. Also, welcome in, Halo Killer. I can't deny that. All I can say is just that, luckily, I don't mind it as much as other people that play this game, but I think it's an incredibly reasonable and fair criticism to not enjoy the way, like, I think it's easy to feel like the way that you kind of have to play this, or kind of get funneled into playing it, feels like it's not the way that they wanted you to play it, if that makes sense. Like having to, like, really quickly pause and use like 5 potions in rapid succession, or you're gonna die to like some random regular enemy's attack, probably doesn't feel like, it's very easy to argue that that doesn't feel intentional, or like, oh, they didn't do enough testing. They didn't want it to be this way. And, you know, I don't know the answer, but I think it's extremely arguable. But that being said, once you do kind of settle into the just pause often and do a lot of menuing in battle, I don't mind it. Once I made the adjustment, I don't mind it. Okay, first magic. Freeze them in place a little bit. And then wait for one more attack. Okay, now we'll click first aid. And I'll take it the rest of the way. Ah, dang it. Lost my buffs. Not quite as perfect as last time. You really like the characters and emailing, the whole game within a game thing it has going on, but you don't like the boss fights. That's the one issue. Interesting. I like the boss fights more than the regular fights, because I feel like they have less... Like, they definitely still have annoying stuff, but I feel like they have less annoying stuff than some of the regular fights. Maybe that's more a side effect of doing doing all the optional stuff, because, like, the optional places seem to have the most annoying stuff. So maybe it's just that. But with the exception of the infamous Skaith fight at the end of Volume 1, I feel like I haven't minded most of the boss fights. But maybe I've just gotten lucky, or I'm over leveled or something. Because I've done the optional stuff. Maybe it's something like that. But yeah, nothing hits the game within a game thing like this. Or even really comes close for me. Alright, B3. Probably the last floor. How are we going to get a virus core without using data drain? I feel like we're not, is what the answer is going to be. And something else is going to happen. But we'll see. If we just unceremoniously get thrown into a battle with a data bug, that's going to be a little frustrating. Because I'm going to have to assume that we just need to wail on it for some period of time before the game, like, kicks into the next gear. To be like, hey, it's not working, you know, and then we figure out what we're going to do. Because I'm sure if I, like, preemptively use data drain, I'll get, like, booted or something. Because I've had the option to use data drain this whole time. It's not like the game has, like, grayed it out for lore purposes or anything. So I wonder what would happen if I used it. Obviously, I'm not going to do that. So Sega announced they were canceling their big MMO-type live service game they were working on. Interesting. I did not know that they were working on that. That sounds like good news to me. I think everybody needs to cancel their live service games that they're working on. Like, we need that to just stop being the main target for the games industry. Like, make smaller, self-contained experiences, please. Make games with reasonable budgets and long development timelines. I am totally down for like a AAA Crash. Which I don't think will actually happen for the record, but like some kind of reform would be fantastic. Some type of healthy reform from, you know, striking, consumer outcry, etc. It also is kind of fun in a weird way in this game to like get really quick with like, oh, hit the gambit, start using the skills, refresh the buffs. Like, I can kind of get into a flow state with it. Where it's like kind of satisfying to try to like optimize and spend as little time in the menus. They're still committed to their remasters. I mean, that's their best chance of making money, for sure. No offense to Sega, but that's a good play for them. Yeah, well, unfortunately, most of the companies that we've seen go under are not the big ones. You know, the quote-unquote too big to fail ones, because they just like will lay off a bunch of people and, you know, give a whole department to AI instead. So that the execs don't have to take any pay cuts. But yeah, if the current temperature keeps rising, I think we'll see something a little bit more pronounced. We definitely need some kind of like culture shift. We're on B4. This is unusual. It's very rare that we go beyond B3, but I suppose for a potentially big deal story dungeon, we might. You think next gen will be the make or break? See, I felt that way about this generation, and so far I feel like I was right. Like, this generation for me very much seems like it is a breaking point. Like, in a way that I think some people will agree with in retrospect, but maybe it doesn't quite feel like it yet. But I feel like this is it. Like, this generation is the breaking point, where like there's so many blurred lines between like the identity of like the consoles, mostly talking about Sony and Microsoft, versus like having a PC or a Steam Deck, and there's like the economic aspect of it, where like prices are just surging because of course capitalistic greed, but also a lot of things that the games industry can't control. There's like so much less like this is a weird thing to say because it sounds like it would be a good thing, but there's like less tribalism than there used to be. There's like less brand loyalty because there's like fewer exclusive franchises. So like you don't have as much like healthy competition between like the Sony and Microsoft pillars that there was like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And everything is just very like muddied together. So yeah, it feels like a lot of consumers and developers, at least like developers at like the top level, are very like directionless in a way that we weren't like 10 years ago. Like, people are buying fewer games, both out of like lack of interest and passion and the economic aspects. But also like there seems to be a lot less clarity amongst people for like what they want out of video games. Like it very much feels like we're in like an unknown territory of like people not really knowing what they want, you know? So we continue to get like remakes and remasters and re-releases and ports of things that we already know that we like, and then like AI is ruining everything, and like there's just sequels and like slop, whether it's like AI slop or like, you know, multiplayer friend slop. Like everything has to be like super safe because there doesn't seem to be like a clear path of like what people want. Where it's like, oh, it's the mid-aughts. People want guy with a gun game, you know? So let's make our Far Cries and our BioShocks and ship them, you know? Oh, it's the 2010s. People want, you know, Dragon Age and Dragon's Dogma and, you know, big, like, open world experiences. But we don't have, like, we kind of had like a Souls-like moment where it's like, okay, everybody wants a Souls-like, but everybody's like kind of burnt out on that now. And we haven't really found like the next thing for the industry to like move on to. They thought it was going to be live service games, obviously, but it doesn't seem to be that. and we don't know what that next bandwagon is yet. So we're all just kind of, like everybody, like the consumer, and it's like the consumers are waiting for the developers to figure out what the next thing is, and the developers are like waiting for the consumer to figure out what the next thing is, you know. And I'm sure there's like think tanks left and right, like making plans as far as all that goes, but we're kind of in limbo. And none of it really affects me that much. I'm just a Nintendo guy at this point.
See, there it is. What are we going to do?
Okay, we were right. It's a data bug.
Just as I thought.
Now what will you do?
Let's go.
Okay, so we're being tested here. We're not going to be able to damage this thing until we data drain it. But I'm just going to diligently attack it and see what happens. Its health bar is going down though, so it's not really a normal data bug. So maybe we will be able to kill this thing. It'll just be like slower, and they'll like tease us with the protect break, and we have to like resist the urge. That might be what it is. If he starts healing though, that's gonna be a problem. So we are not doing a lot of damage. Alright, y'all start healing for a little bit here. He's very slow, so not much worry there. Doing good damage. Hey, no. Alright, and we're coming up on the 6 o'clock break here. We'll do that after this dungeon. After we get the cutscenes and writing and all that stuff done. It will be an extended break, if you didn't hear earlier. The lady is out of town, so I will be doing dinner for the little guy. So instead of like a 3 to 5 minute break, it'll be like a 15 to 20 minute break. And we'll just have extended Mario Party during that time. I'll be in chat as BB Austin. And I'm probably going to grab some dinner for myself while he's eating, because that's very convenient. So it's kind of like the old out to lunch days that we used to do back in the day, but it's out to dinner. And not Fortune Street, but Mario Party. You guys remember out to lunch? Remember when we used to do that every day? That was a lot. Get these buffs back on. Yeah, the whole industry and the consumer base is very risk averse, Halo Killer. In a way that the industry, like we're at like a critical mass of being risk averse. Like the industry has been risk averse for a long time, probably since like the mid 2000s. The AAA movement has grown to be very risk averse. All right, are you dead? Kind of seems like you're dead. Okay, we did it. But are we gonna get a virus core? We killed it.
Did we do it?
Did we get him?
We did?
Why didn't you use data drain? You might have fell into a coma.
You're the one that made him do it. What the hell are you saying?
Yeah.
We fought something a lot stronger than that one.
That's
You
true.
don't know anything.
Leos knows.
Does he?
Huh?
He knows?
He watched us fight Kupia.
Okay, true.
What are you talking about? Anyway, that data bug you just defeated was a fake one that I created. If it was real, it wouldn't have gone that easily. Don't get cocky.
A fake?
What is the point of all this?
I had a feeling it was. This game is just as important to Leos.
It's not like he's trying to like catch us using data drain and then like you know, sting operation arrest us. Like, he already knows we've been using it. He can prove we've been using it. So he wouldn't set all this up just for that.
So someone like that won't make us do something dangerous.
Why didn't you say that in the first place? I thought I was gonna have a heart attack.
Oh, Helba's here.
Whoa!
Leos, you lose.
Yeah, I lost. I completely lost. This hell isn't amusing.
So I guess it kind of sounds like they had like a side bet going.
Leos, while I'm at it, I'll tell you something else.
Kite's voice actor is Mona Marshall, who was actually Shu, the protagonist of the last RPG that we streamed as well. Brave Fencer Musashi. I don't know Digimon voice actors, so I can't confirm, but it looks like Shane is confirming.
CC Corp has begun to create a script for their farce.
Oh.
Agencies that were sympathetic to CC Corp are preparing to announce that the company is responsible.
Ooh, okay, so we have a shift happening.
After hearing that, the upper management is going out on a gamble for their own protection.
Gamble?
Physical destruction of the servers.
Oh, that is scary.
They are planning on throwing this world in the dark along with the Lost Ones.
No!
They'll probably say that hackers or terrorists are responsible for it.
Interesting.
But that won't do anything. That won't stop the infection of the network.
Yes, you're right. CC Corp knows that, but they are still proceeding with it.
Okay, I need to write some stuff down here because we're getting a lot of information. At the bottom of the dungeon. We defeat a data bug without using, yeah, I'm gonna write data drain in purple from now on, and any other skills. I'm okay with committing to that. Data drain. And Leos reveals that it was a fake created by him. It appears he and Helba had a wager going. Parentheses of whether or not we would use data drain and he lost. Then Helba reveals, oh, whoops, that CC Corp is losing support from investors over the growing number of anomalies that are now being more concretely tied back to the world. CC Corp is planning to self-sabotage their own physical servers to blame on hackers and terrorists to re-bolster support.
They don't care about the infection of the network.
They don't? That doesn't really make sense.
We'll have to do something before they do something stupid.
You would think that they would care a little bit about the infection of the network because this game is their cash cow, and if the network is completely infected, people aren't going to play the game.
Leos, I did what you asked, but I won't force you.
You are such a brat. All right. I'll keep my promise. I will help you.
Yay!
Leos!
You did pretty well. It's going to get busy.
This is it.
Yeah, it is.
Not sure what they mean by that, but I guess just in a general sense, they feel like they're getting closer to answers. Despite everything, Leos agrees to help us. All right. Let's save really quick, and then I gotta run the ad. I'm gonna be gone for about 15 or 20 minutes, but I'll be in chat. Just need some extra time to feed the little guy. There goes the ad. Slot number 3. Post Leos. All right, see y'all in a little bit. I'll be in chat.
This is... You don't understand.
All right, I'm back. Thanks for waiting. I really took my time, so it was a little bit longer than I said. But that was nice. We had a nice little dinner together. And now he's all set to hang out in his castle. Okay, let's pause the party. As soon as it'll let me. I guess I can't pause during this minigame. Oh, it was still doing the... I see. It was still showing me how it works. Now we're good. Let's go back over here. Welcome back, everybody. That was interesting how we both had the same reaction to that one minigame, Smashy, where we were both like, I don't remember this one, or I forgot about this one. And it's actually a pretty solid one. Okay. We just saved. We just finished Leos's little contrived errand/test. I think now would be a good time for me to check my mail and see if there's any side stuff or if we're still just going straight into story content. New posts on the board. We'll get to that in a minute. We're gonna do mail first. Oh, you know what I just realized? This is a different song. It did keep my song choice. This is the default song, and I associate this with like volume 1. So what was the song that we had? Oh, wow. Okay, what an amazing discovery. Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Point of clarity just manifested itself. What was the song that I was listening to that was like the piano? I'm also like kind of trying to see if I can find that song I was vibing to yesterday. Was it this one maybe? Oh, but it's going to be the battle version, not the field version. Mr. Panta. Pyros' theme. So yeah, what was the song that I was using? I have no idea. It fits so nicely. It was this like emotional piano song. And I didn't realize that it was just some arbitrary track that I had chosen that was like tied to my save file. And now I want it back. It's not going to be a boss theme. I don't think it's going to be a field or a dungeon theme either. It's a very special song. No. Not Pyros' theme. But that's all of them. What? What song was that? I'm so confused. Maybe it was like a default song and I can't get it back now that I've chosen one from the audio player? Like, this song is great. It's vibes. I love this song. But I was really liking the somber piano moment. But it's not any of these songs. Oh, it's Harold's theme. Okay, there we go. Found it. This just feels so right. This is canon for me. So these are movies that we've unlocked but we're not allowed to watch yet. Interesting. I would like to go through these at some point, probably off stream. Okay. Let's check our email. That's what we came here to do. Lunch break, 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 50 backstretch, 50 squats, protein drink. Jeez. How do you do 50 backstretches? Like, what does that mean? Like, wouldn't you just do like one backstretch for a certain amount of time? Like, why would you start and stop the stretch multiple times? You were able to receive help from Leos and Helba. I'm impressed. And Helba, Queen of the Dark, has finally raised her army. A Peron, King of Light, beckons. Against the abominable wave, together they fight. It's just like the epitaph. We still do not know the origin of the cursed wave, but with the help from Helba and Leos, we should be able to narrow it down. It's all because of you. Thanks, wise man. Okay, so point of clarity that I just happened to stumble upon in the sound menu there. Incredible. We were talking about serendipity earlier. That was very serendipitous, very fortuitous. So Kubia is not Phase 2 of the Cursed Wave. Phase 2 was Innis, and I got that mixed up in my brain somewhere along the way. So, yes, Kubia is totally separate from the Cursed Waves. So let me go back to the sidebar here from yesterday and answer my own question. Kubia was not Phase 2. Innis was. And I guess part of that confusion is because Kubia shows up in Volume 2, which is also where Innis shows up. And that's probably how I got that mixed up in the context of like the recaps that we watched. Okay. Cool. So yeah, Skaith, Innis, Magus, Fidchel. Those are the 4 phases that we've defeated so far. Kubia is something entirely different, as far as we know. Cool. I was assuming that there was something that I was missing there, but I just couldn't pinpoint it until just then, so thank you. I guess it's a good thing that I accidentally picked the wrong song. I also need to go back to my first page of my notes here to amend the key to show that skills are once again going to be in purple. Purple marker. We still have the purple highlighter unassigned as well. But it would be cool, like, if I can start figuring out, like, oh, this elemental spell is good for X enemy or something. You know, I could make a note of that, potentially. It would be really silly if we had a marker color for just data drain and nothing else. But I suppose that could happen. But it doesn't make sense to write it in... doesn't make sense to write it in the same color as the, like, entities and organization's color. All right, what's new on the board? People in comas. That's relevant. A guess. This is a new thread. I'll explain things if hackers put out some kind of visual drug. What the heck does that mean? Cursed area information. The missing programmer's curse is on some area and the players who see it, hehehehe, ah. Okay. I've heard as well. Somewhere fleeting fallow chaos, you hear the clicking of the keyboard and sometimes a scream. So we've got some creepypasta posting happening on the board. Fleeting fallow chaos. When's the last time you thought about the word fallow? Don't see that very often. And we'll call this rumor about comatose players. And then we highlight blue for board. And we give it a checkbox. Okay, this could be story related. Probably is story related. Anything else? Nothing else. Logging in. New threat? More like new threat. New coffee maker. That's exciting, Kiki. Are you replacing like a broken one, or are you just like upgrading to something more featured, or you didn't have a coffee maker and now you're going to have one? Tell us about it. Fleeting fallow chaos, known as the cursed area. Something tells me I'm gonna have to hack into that area. Oh, another new email. You don't have one. You normally do cold brew or pour over. Okay, gotcha. 1-cup drip maker. Cool. Very fancy. Yeah, I had a friend that I lived with for a few years that used a Chemex and swore by it. They loved the ritual of it. They got excited about it every morning. It was the dream. All right, let me check this email real quick. Which isn't exactly the same thing as a drip, but pretty much. This is probably just a reply, but we'll make sure. Yeah. 1,000 jump rope at night. This guy is so American Psycho coded. 10 kilogram bench press? That's like... Doesn't the bar weigh like 10 kilograms? At least he showers after all that. You don't drink a lot of coffee? Yeah, that's perfect for you then. Just make your cup or two when you want it, and you're good to go. All right, well, I guess this is where we're going next. I need to do something for the little guy really quick, so I'll be right back. I'll just give you Mario Party, but no ads. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, we are forming up a party to go check out this next story thing. We are funneled. We're in a state I like to call being funneled, where there's no optional stuff to engage with. We're on a straight and narrow path. Who are we talking about, Shane? Are these like characters from a media property that I don't know? Oda said that Zorgo. Is this like... is this like a JoJo character? Or like a JJK character? One Piece, okay. Got it. Got it. Okay. Thank you. I know what One Piece is, but I know almost nothing about it. And I don't think that will ever change. Alright, so we're gonna bring our main crew here. Black Rose and Balmung. We're getting closer to level 65.
I'll handle it.
I'm not gonna mess with any equipment.
Yeah?
We're going right in. Fleeting fallow chaos. I called it. It's a protected area. Let's see if we need to farm some cores. We have no G. We have no H. We have the I. And then Q is like a story core. Okay, so we need to farm 1 G and 2 H's. Need to farm 1X virus core G and 2X virus core H. Cool. So let's go find somewhere to do that. We have a consistent area that we've used to get G, but I didn't write it down. I want to say that it was the, like, default configuration, but let's go find out. Also, I should probably use some different characters for this, but maybe not. Maybe not if we're trying to get closer to level 70 for that optional area. Yep, there they are. There's my boy, the flying scorpion thing. So I have to tell my characters to not do anything, because otherwise this thing will die too fast. But yeah, these guys give out G cores, if I recall correctly. It's one of the two that we need. Not that time. And they turn into these hilarious worms. Did you get your leg stuck, little man? You need some help? Or are you just gonna look at me with a pitiful face? What a goofball. Okay, hold on, let me help him. That wasn't the best plan. Tried to stick his leg through the gate and got stuck. His chunky leg. Alright, let's see. We need to use a orb. There we go. Not all the enemies are in portals, which is kind of strange. But we can't see the ones that aren't, so... Where are they? Hello. You're just all by yourself. There's an infamous rap, huh? Never heard about that. Almost time to restock fortune wires. More Raikomaru to sell. Oh, here's one. Okay, everyone stand back. Dang it. I haven't figured out if the upgraded data drain is better for getting cores or worse. Shaman King. Is that a different show, or is that related to One Piece? Is that like an arc of One Piece, or is that a totally different show? Different anime, okay. God, these guys are so annoying. But come over here and use magic on this thing. Oh my god. Thank you. Freeze him. Stop him from moving. Now there's more of them. I don't even want to fight these guys, but... Oh yeah, I'll check it out. Yeah, please post it. God, these guys are annoying. Okay, I have speed down. There we go. Show me more scorpion dudes. Oh, there's one. Wait, okay. Stop attacking. Or stop attacking the enemy. Oh, nice. We got 3 of them here. Okay. Actually, just do that. Surely we'll get one here. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Mashing. I don't think we care about this sword. Yeah. Virus cores should be key items, so we shouldn't have to drop anything to make room for them. Thank God. Okay, gotta get rid of these guys first. So we can focus on the scorpion boys. Miasma Wyvern. I should learn their name. We're supposed to be able to get Virus Core G from any small enemy. There's the H. Okay, but apparently this is a medium-sized enemy, which is wild. Maybe it's like right on the borderline. Well, there's one. We need 2 H's. And then we gotta fight like a really teensy tiny enemy to get a G. I'm gonna stick to regular data drain. No, give up that sword. No. Alright, let's find a really small enemy. Yeah, Kiki doesn't know what to do with her points. Yeah, I mean, I've tried to come up with as many holes as possible for people to throw their points down. Alright, we'll try this thing. See if we can get a G from this thing. These guys are so weak that it's hard to get the protect break on them. That's totally fine. Oh, we got another one. Cool. So we have an extra H now. That'll be nice. Yeah, these guys just die. So we got to go to like a higher level area, I guess, where we won't immediately kill small enemies. So that'll work. Hit this guy with magic. This guy might be small. We could go for it. Yo, let's go. All right, we got a G from him. All right, perfect. So now we have an area where we know we can consistently farm G and H. Rack 9s. Shout out to the full damage there. We need to buy some fortune wires and some potions. And we need to just generally manage items before we do anything. Okay, gate out. Cool, we got everything we needed. Yeah, also, if someone was just like spamming alerts for the entire stream, obviously that would be an issue. And I'd have to like increase the cooldowns. There's pretty decent cooldowns on most of them though. And there's like separate like per person cooldowns where like if a bunch of people want to spam the same emote over and over, like you generally can, but the same person can't spam the same redeem over and over and over. Smashy, I don't get it. Yep. Yeah, I do remember that you were here for Wild Arms 3. Okay, what are we putting in? Are we putting anything in? Maybe I'll just give up on these golden axe and silver axes. They seem to be kind of a bust. Can always come back to it later. They're not taking up any space in storage. I feel like most of this stuff we can sell. We can just hoard these for money. But some of these we need to actually look at. These we're hoarding for money. Raikomaru we sell. Foxcrest we probably sell also. Some of this stuff we actually need to look at for our characters. We need to... Let's sell all of the status scrolls as well. Item shop is this way? Hello, Heavy. What do you have? Nothing remarkable. Oh, that's Balmung. Hello, Balmung. Okay, let's sell some stuff here. We're gonna sell the Raikomarus. Sell the Foxcrest. The rest of these we'll hang on to for a sec. And then we're gonna sell our status scrolls. They're not worth anything, we just need inventory space. We'll keep the attack ones until we need space for something else. Okay, and now, let's see here. We have 230k. First, let's max out our fortune wires. Oh, I did not even realize that the ad was starting. I got so thrown off. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I just pet and kissed Nima for like 2 minutes. It was fantastic. Okay, we're shopping. What else do we need to restock? So yeah, theoretically we could buy a full stack of these. That's 99,000 GP. Well, minus 27,000. So yeah, let's just do it. Let's try to make the leap. Theoretically, this will be more economical because we'll be healing twice as much at a time, so we won't have to use half as many as we were using before. The sign one is the most hopeless minigame? Which one is that, Smashy? I wasn't watching. It has the same music as the one where you have to choose 1 or 2 and then you don't want the beehive that we saw earlier, so I was just imagining that it was that minigame again. But just because of the song. I kind of want to get more of these. But we don't necessarily need a full stack right now. Maybe I'll just go up to 50. That seems good. Wizard blood. Get me some wizard blood. Okay. We'll call that good. Items, sufficiently managed. Oh yeah, we just need to check this equipment. That's right. Against what we've currently got. Not great. Not really worth it. A couple points up and down here and there. I don't think so. Mozzie, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for coming to my 7 millionth stream. Very gracious of you. This is definitely not worth it. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting because this boosts the one status that we're trying to max out, but it lowers the other one. But it has a pretty good trade-off all around. Well, maybe not, actually. It's a little too subtractive on physical defense for my liking. It's easy to be roped in by all the green numbers. Yeah, not gonna do it. This is a Yeti shirt. This is a Yeti shirt. Okay, so now the question is, do we want to give any of this to our party members? They did, there was a couple of days last year, like right around the time of like the anniversary when there was a lot of FF9 hype, where they did, there was like one day where they did 2 FF9 shirts and I bought both of them, and then there was another day where they did 2 FF9 shirts and I bought both of them. So I went from having, I went from being a 9 is my favorite Final Fantasy person, having no Final Fantasy 9 shirts, to having like 5 in like 2 months. It was great. So we could give this to either of our party members, if it's better. Yeah, they're making they've already made a children's book, and they're also making a cartoon, Shane. But it's not a prequel. It's actually after the events of Final Fantasy IX. It's about Vivi's children and their escapades. But it's very, very, like, young age group target. So, probably not something that most of us will consume unless we're, like, watching it with a toddler child, I would imagine. I'm gonna put this equipment in storage. It's good stuff, but we're just not using it right now. I would like to get the children's book, though. The art in it is really nice. Hideo Minaba did the artwork for it, which is really cool. They're like the primary character artist for FF9, as well as like Crystal Chronicles stuff and some other things. I really like their style a lot. This one, I guess we'll put it in there. We cleared up a lot of space, so we can afford to just kind of willy-nilly toss some things in there, I guess. Let's save again. We can use the same save slot. That's fine. No, why is the default option to talk to you? Alright, save slot 3 again. And I'm just going to add item management and shopping. Alright. You have a 5-year-old niece. You'll just force her to watch it and pretend you're not using her to watch it yourself. Sounds fantastic, Shane. I'm sure they'll enjoy it. Alright, here we go. To Fleeting Fallow Chaos. Because we farmed the virus cores that we needed. So 1G, 1Q, 2I, 2H. We're still carrying a bunch of really small ones that we'll probably never use again. Those are probably just accumulated through normal gameplay, the A through F cores. We have no Bs, but lots of otherwise A through F from the earlier servers. You had her playing Final Fantasy 1 a few months ago. Wow. Made it all the way to the pirates, but it's hard because she can't read yet. Yeah, that's really impressive. I don't think I could have gotten anywhere in Final Fantasy 1 as a 5-year-old. All right, let's get some buffs going here. And see what this field looks like. You let me play this when I was 6? Yeah, I loved video games when I was like 5 and 6, but I was really bad at them. It did not happen right away for me. I don't think I really started getting good at video games until I was like 10 or 11. Oh, we've got some red boys. Fire tolerant. Okay, they're very strong. Switch to first aid. Oh my god, Balmung is dead already. Do we all have like low fire resistance or something? Oh, and they're healing each other. Oh my god, this is a nightmare. Sheesh. Okay. Well, this is like Goblin War of Attrition, where we have to get rid of one, and that's like half of the battle. Okay, now overwhelm it. Well, these are going to be a problem, obviously. Dang it. There's a lot of stuff in the field here. Another large field, a lot of portals. But so far, so good. Oh, it's this guy. Normally we hate to see this guy. Yep. Still hate to see this guy. So we now have confirmation that physical tolerance can happen in a required dungeon. We had to do a whole dungeon of these guys a while back, and every single one of them was also a data bug. So you could attack them normally while they were bugged, and then after you data drained them, they would gain physical tolerance. So they were just an absolute nightmare, so much resource drain. Okay, why are you not using magic? I know all of you have magic. So we're gonna be using these scrolls that we've been building up. Do I have any wood scrolls? Use them arbitrarily like we always do. These guys have so much health. Alright, well, now that we know that these guys are out here, I'm not going to clear the field. We're going to go right into the dungeon. Jackie, hello! Thank you for the raid. Holy moly, welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the happy 700. Foe, Grussy. Mersu, happy birthday. Axie, hello. Tyrannid, hello. J Ramsey, hello. What's going on, everybody? How was Sekiro? today. How did we get along in our rooftop monkey assassin land? I'm assuming you're still in that area, but I don't know. That was just the last area I remember. A lot of poop thrown at you. Oh no, that sounds like something a monkey would do. In fact, I don't know what to say the monkey won't do. Thank you for wishing Mersu a happy birthday. Welcome in, everybody. We're playing .hack, and we're fighting one of my least favorite enemies in the game. There's this status that a lot of enemies have that make them completely immune to physical attacks, which is like the best way to damage things. And it really just stops you in your tracks when you have to fight like 20 to 30 enemies that can do this. This guy is kind of monkey-coded, you're right. He's kind of doing some gorilla moves there. So yeah, there's really a theme happening. You're right. But yes, welcome in, Raiders. Jackie, obviously do your post-stream stuff that you need to do. Did you end early? Maybe you're starting your habit of ending early today. Maybe that's what's going on. Hopefully nothing disastrous happened. We had a really fun... we had a chat at the beginning of Jackie's stream today that I really enjoyed and thought was fun, but apparently it was really stressful for Jackie and maybe others. So, I apologize. But I found it very instructive and constructive and informative. You wanted to end an hour ago, but you kept playing. Oh, okay. So you had to cut yourself off. But thank you again for the raid. If y'all are able to hang out, that's great. We're going to be cozying up into a dungeon. There will be a story cutscene at the end of the dungeon, but otherwise you should be pretty safe from spoilers until we get to the bottom of this one. If you want to cozy up for a bit. But this is my current RPG playthrough. This is volume 3 of a 4-game set. It's kind of like a 4-disc RPG that released as 4 separate SKUs rather than all at once. Bit of a marketing tactic. A genius one at that. And it coincides with an anime and some other media. And I don't claim to be an expert, but I feel more well-versed in it than I've ever been before. But I'm resuming a playthrough... Oh, this guy's cool. I'm resuming a playthrough that I started like 13 years ago. This game has been on the back burner for a long time. He looks like Odin, except small. I played Volume 1 and 2 in 2012 and 2013, and I planned to go straight through 3 and 4, but I don't know what happened. 2013 into 2014 was like the busiest year / time period of my life up to that point, so something derailed me, whether it was another video game, or musical activities, or meeting my future wife. Something happened that derailed this playthrough up until beginning streaming in like 2020, and then pivoting to like RPG first playthroughs in 2021 after streaming nothing but Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer for a year straight and then getting super burnt out. And this game that we're playing right now, .hack Part 3, was actually on my first RPG poll that I ever did in our Discord server back in 2021. And it's been on every single RPG poll since. But in the year of our Lord 2026 was the time that it finally won. And I think my community just took pity on me. Because everyone was like rallying in the Discord, and they're like, for Austin, we gotta do this one for Austin, man. Because I had leveled with everybody, and I was like, this game's gonna be on every single poll until it wins. So the only way that you can get rid of it and get it off this poll to see something else is to vote for it. And they knew that was the deal for a long time. And I guess I finally wore them down. We need to focus on this red guy. Balmung died. That sucks. He died again. he must have really low fire resistance. He is kind of a water guy, so I guess that makes sense. I need to see if there's a way I can sort my items. Vlad, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for the happy 700. Yeah, I just happen to have a count of my streams so that I know, like, how many times I've streamed, like, ever. It's very arbitrary. But I guess it's fun to have, like, the option to celebrate a milestone if I want to. And I just happened to see that come up when I was looking at some other stuff in my spreadsheet. And I was like, oh, cool, 700. That's kind of fun. Kind of wild. Alright, let's get rid of this. Oh, dang it, I just died. Luckily, that's not a game over, and my friends will revive me. But yeah, if anyone's curious about this game and you have no idea what's going on right now, this is a game within a game. It's basically a simulated MMO experience, which is perfect for me because a real MMO is way too dangerous for someone like me to play. And the story centers around, you know, some young kids. The guy I'm playing as is like an 8th grader. And he starts playing the game because his friend talks him into it. And then right after you start playing the game with your friend, some really wild stuff happens in the game, and then he goes into a coma in real life. And you come to find out that this is happening to other people as well. And so there's this kind of scary mystique to the game world. That's kind of like the setup premise for the anime and the show, is that there's something mysterious about the game that can affect people in the real world in physical ways. And then basically the story kicks off from there. You're trying to figure out a way to, you know, revive your friend and bring him back to consciousness, and you're unraveling the mystery. And it's great. It's fantastic. The gameplay loop is very straightforward, very repetitive, monotonous, tedious. So it's something that isn't going to be cozy for everybody, but it's very cozy for me. You hate when the main character dying triggers a game over? Yeah, I think I've played games where that's the case, where it didn't make me mad, but probably more often than not, it's like, if somebody in my party is still alive, I don't think I should be taken out yet. But yeah, there are some offenders when it comes to that. Okay, there we go. Got my buffs back on. I love my buffs. So yeah, we're cruising through a standard dungeon here for a story objective, and all the dungeons are very, very similar. All that changes is like the pool of enemies. Item pools are very similar. Layouts are very similar. Domum died again. So you gotta really enjoy just kind of the cozy dungeon crawler life, which I'm all about. I played so much Dark Cloud 1 and 2. This Star Ocean 3 isn't a dungeon crawler, but scratches some of the same itches. But yeah, there was just kind of like a moment on the PS2 for these like procedurally generated repetitive dungeon crawlers, and for some reason I just got super into it. Yeah, getting 100% on the maps. Yeah, shout out, Mozzie. I was all about that, for sure. But yeah, anything that has like a mini-map system like this, where you can just kind of like not even look at the game and just look at the map, and, you know, move your little triangle around, I love it. I could do it all day. Explore every room, open every chest. But yeah, this game is super cool. It's very much, it's like a time capsule in so many ways. You like, so when you're not playing the game within the game, you're like checking your email and looking at like the forums and reading news articles, and it's all very like Web 1.0 coded. And then also like the language that people post on the board from is like straight out of like 2003, like up to and including people talking in like leet speak. Like we saw a post the other day where someone was actually saying sucksores non-ironically, and I was like, whoa, haven't seen that in a while. Thank you for the gifted sub, Vlad. What the heck? Appreciate that. Thank you for gifting a sub to Mersu. Happy birthday, Mersu. You get a sub to my channel. I don't know if that was intentional, but if so, clap. Clap for that. Oh my god, these guys are so annoying. Another. Thank you for gifting to Assy. Assy McGee. You guys remember Assy McGee? I know it's not Assy, but everybody says Assy, and it's really funny. Vlad, what is happening? Thank you so much, Vlad. I really appreciate it. 3 gifted subs. Thank you for gifting to Tyrannard. Okay, we gotta get this wizard. Oh my god. We gotta get this wizard out of here. Alright, well, we got some wheel spins to do. Vlad's unstoppable. Gifting to Jay Ramsey. Thank you, Vlad. I have a prize wheel behind me that you currently can't see, but you'll see in a moment. It's got a whole bunch of shenanigans on it, and every time somebody subs, or every 500 bits, we let her rip, Beyblade style, and there's all kinds of shenanigans on there. It's actually in the middle of an overhaul right now. I'm in the process of a redesign on the wheel. We're going to be consolidating some things, and adding some things, and retiring some things. Treasure train. I don't even remember what a treasure train is, Twitch. Is that different from a hype train? Oh, I was so mad the other night. I was in Eris's stream, and there was a hype train, and I was like, I gotta get me one of them Alveus emotes. So I threw some bits in. I mean, obviously, you know, love Eris, want to support Eris. I want the emote. Big Alveus fan. And, you know, you can click on the little hype train thing and you can see, oh yeah, I guess we do have a train going, so, you can see, like, what level each emote is, and it'll show you, like, which ones from that level you've unlocked versus the ones that you haven't. You know, it's not gonna give you, it's not gonna try to award you with an emote that you already have. And so I saw all the Alveus ones, and I kind of like familiarized myself, and I was like, okay, I gotta throw some bits in here, I gotta try to get one of these. And normally I wouldn't have got upset not getting the emote on the first try. Like, I know it's random, you know, and there's like 5 different ones that I could have got. But the fact that everybody else in the chat all got the same one, and then I was literally the only person that participated in the train that didn't get the Alveus emote. I was so pissed. I was like, why have I so specifically been selected to suffer? Why is it that the person who was like the only person that even knew about this in the chat and was so excited about it, the one who didn't get it? But maybe next time. Logic, thank you for congrats on the 700. Let me get to a good spot here so we can start doing some wheel spins. Was that 5 or 4? I think it's 4. I'll double check. Where's this chest? Oh, it's a blue one. That's why I can't see it. But yeah, if we ever had a resurgence of PS2 dungeon crawlers, I would be so on board. right, here's the down door. Let me finish this floor. How about that? We'll finish this floor and then we'll spin the wheel however many times I need to spin it. 4 times. I feel like we're just now in like the nostalgia era of like PS1 stuff. Like indie games have finally made it to the PS1 era, which is like so exciting because that's something that I wanted. Like for the longest time, indie game meant, oh, it's gonna be like 2D pixel art, right? It's gonna look like a SNES game. And now, I was like, man, I can't wait till indie games get to the level of like early 3D, like early PS1, early N64, because I'm super nostalgic for that era as well. And now we're like in that era. And I guess the next thing for me to logically look forward to is early PS2. Okay, we've got to get rid of this thing. These guys are so strong. Okay, there we go. Back to healing real quick. These guys are so funny looking. It's like a guy wearing the like I'm riding a horse costume. He's got like the head of the horse coming out of like his crotch, basically. It's like it's like the front half of a centaur. The first time I saw it, I didn't realize. I thought it was just straight up like Odin riding on a horse. But no, it's all one thing. Okay. Get my buffs back on. And we'll head down to that door and spin the wheel, because we have cleared out the first floor. Thank you again, Vlad. I really appreciate it. You didn't have to do that. And I recognize that. Very generous of you. What happens if you have all the emotes from one of the levels? That's a good question. I think you just don't get anything, which kind of sucks. But I can't imagine that it would, like, you know, give you a discontinued emote that's limited time, and I can't imagine that it would, give you one from the next level up or down that you didn't have. Maybe there's some kind of pool of, like, consolation emotes that they have somewhere. But I feel like the most logical conclusion is that just you don't get anything. So it's like, oh, good for you having gotten all the level 2 emotes. There's no more. But maybe something happens. Okay. Where's this chest? What? I swear there was a chest. Thought I was standing right next to it. That was weird. I thought there was a blue chest. Alright. Let me go up to this down door, and then we're gonna spin the wheel. We're gonna spin the wheel 4 times. We actually have already spun the wheel once today, which means a couple of things. The first spin is always a big deal. I'll explain everything, don't worry. Let me get the roaming mic on here. Because we're gonna roam. I'll switch over to that, and then we're gonna go over here to the wide shot. There's the wheel. Put on some tunes for a sec. There we go. All right. So, this here's the wheel. I'll explain it since we might have some newbies. There's 12 wedges. Each one is different. The colors matter. Our first spin of the day, at the top of the stream, we landed on this orange wedge right here that says Wordle. The first time we land on an orange wedge in a stream, we unlock a snack tasting. So this fine box here that we call the snack log, these are all snacks of things that I've never tasted before. So we pick out one of those, we show it off, we taste it, react to it or whatever. For pink wedges, they're also locked at the beginning of the stream, and the first time we hit one of those, we unlock a soda tasting. That hasn't happened yet today. So the orange wedges are currently unlocked, so if we land on an orange wedge with any of these spins, the thing that it says is what will actually happen. If we land on a pink one, it'll unlock them for the rest of the stream and unlock a soda tasting, and then we could hit a pink one after that. The green ones and the yellow ones just happen. They're not locked. But there's a couple more caveats because of the overhaul that we're in the middle of. So I'm gonna make it more complicated. First off, the yellow wedges are all exercises, and those are currently paused. I am rehabilitating a shoulder injury right now. So if we land on a yellow wedge, I'm going to count it. We're going to bank the exercises for the future, and I will make them all up and do them. And then that spin will just be respun until it lands on not a yellow one. For the green, one is Game Gush and one is Game Roast. These are gonna be combined into one wedge after the overhaul. So if we land on either one of those, you'll get to pick. Those segments are where I reach into the backlog and pull down a game, show it off and talk about it and share memories about it. And you get to decide if I'm nice to the game or if I'm mean to the game. It's a 3 minutes on the clock, strict time limit for the gush or the roast. So if you land on one, you can pick the other, essentially. You pick the game and then you pick if I'm gonna be mean to it or nice to it. The Wordle wedge is gonna be expanded into a daily games wedge. And I currently have, I think 3 daily games picked. And so whoever's spin it belongs to will get to say, oh, do this one particular daily game that you have on your list. Or I suggest this daily game for you today and I can take it or leave it. Or you can just say dealer's choice, I don't care. And the options for the daily game are going to be, I should pull this up. I should know this, but I don't, so I'm gonna pull it up. What's up, RJ? How are you, dude? Nice to see you. So currently my list is 4 daily games. I have Connections from New York Times, Colordle, which is very silly. You try to guess a color from like thousands and thousands of colors with no hints other than how close you are after you guess a color. And the goal on that one for me is not to actually guess the color because I feel like it's basically impossible. My goal is just to get as high of a score as I possibly can in 20 guesses. I think my PB is like 96% or something like that. Third option is Gamedle, where you're trying to guess a game based on clues. And the fourth option is Pokédole, where you're trying to guess a Pokemon. So if we land on that, you'll get to pick one of those, Vlad. Or you can just say dealer's choice. The only other caveat right now, actually we covered everything. We've covered all the caveats. So now we can finally start spinning. We're gonna spin 4 times. All 4 of these spins belong to Vlad. Thank you again, Vlad. Again, pink is still locked, so that would result in a soda tasting, but orange is unlocked. Yeah, yes, take notes, everybody. There will be a quiz at the end on the rules of the prize wheel that I expect you all to ace. All right, there's a pink wedge. Vlad's not even scared because Vlad is actually already our Discord despot. We have a special role in the Discord called Discord Despot, where your poll votes count double from everyone else and have tie-breaking power. So it's a very powerful role, and you maintain it until somebody else takes it away from you. It's a King of the Hill style 1-of-1 Discord role. So that'll unlock a soda tasting that we'll do before the end of the stream here. Spin number 2. I got a pin mark on my shirt. Right on Quinna. Sorry, Quinna. See if I can get that out later. Okay, and right back to the daily games wedge. So, Vlad, you can pick Connections, Colordle, Gamedle, Pokédole. I'll put those in the chat. Or you can just say, dealer's choice. Gamedle, Pokédole, Colordle, Connections. Yeah, it's a silly little name, right, Mozzie? Spin number 3. Abra? Smashington is the master of the callback. Discord Despot again, interesting. All right, well, you aren't stealing it away from yourself. You already are the Discord Despot. Spin number, is this already number 4? No, this is number, yeah, this is number 4 already. Because we had pink. art time. There we go. That's exciting. We haven't landed on art time in a while. Very cool. All right. So this is another homework assignment for you, Vlad. Maybe I do. Now you need to pick a paint color, Vlad. Thank you for the follow. Because we are going to paint a square on our little canvas. Let me show you. So this is the current canvas in progress here. And we're gonna paint this square right here to the right of the blue one and below the gray one. And you get to pick which color this square is gonna be. If you do exclamation point, somebody can do exclamation point paint in the chat. The colors will pop up on screen and in the chat what your options are. I have these wonderful paint pens. There you go. What is that? 15 colors. You can pick any of those colors that you want for the square next to my pinky that's moving. We're gonna paint that. And when this is all done, we'll have a nice little community-sourced piece of art. And I'll find somewhere to hang it up by the wheel. This is the first one. These take a while to get through. It's kind of a hard thing to land on. Can I pick Blurple? Here's an example of a finished one, but the community didn't do this one together. I just did this one. Didn't you pick purple last time? I don't think so. We don't have a purple square on here, and I don't know if you've ever done an art time. You may have picked purple as your username color for Discord Despot. Maybe that's what you're thinking of. But I don't remember. All right, so we've got to do that. We're gonna do a soda tasting and a daily game. So just let me know. Maybe I'll finish this dungeon and we can do all that stuff afterwards? At the end? We could do it that way. That'll give you more time to decide. And of course, if you want the onus off of yourself and you don't want to pick anything, you can just literally say that. And I'll just pick some stuff. That's totally fine too. I don't want to reward someone with a homework assignment. You know what I mean? All right. So let's press on for now. I should have I forgot to pause the game, so all my buffs ran out. So I gotta put those back on. That's okay. This way they'll all go out at the same time, so that's kind of nice. My shoulder's doing good. Thank you for asking, Mozzie. I haven't had any discomfort in the last several days. I'm just being very, very careful because I thought I was in the clear like a week ago and started doing stuff again that I thought was very, very low impact, and it started hurting again. So I had to back off. And I gotta do a little bit more experimentation to determine if I'm okay or if there's like something more going on. Because if it's like, I'm pretty sure it was just a pulled muscle. Or at least that's what I thought it was when it happened. And if that's what it is, it would be unusual for it to take much longer than this to heal. So I'm gonna start experimenting with like some low stress tests. You know, things like wearing a guitar or, you know, picking up things that aren't super, super lightweight.
Really, Vlad? Well, if that's the case, then that would mean that we missed an art time somewhere. Well, I guess I have it written down here. I actually still have it on my scratch paper from the last time you gifted a whole bunch. I have your color written down for the Discord Despot, which we did land on twice during that affair. But to the best of my knowledge, we did not land on an art time. And I still have it written down here when we landed on the Cyan for art time. However long ago that was. And I don't know who gifted that. But to the best of my knowledge, we did not miss an art time. But yes, there is a VOD. I guess if I forgot to do it, I probably would have also forgotten to write it down. So the fact that I don't have it written down doesn't necessarily mean that we're all good. No, I'm not a morning person, Mozzie. I'm really not. I'm terrible at sleeping. Some people might be fooled into thinking I'm a morning person because I'm very, like, high functioning on minimal sleep because I've had to do it my entire life. So, like, I can get 5 hours of sleep and then, like, you know, go to work or a function or an event or whatever and be, like, on or whatever you want to call it. And then, you know, be next to somebody who, like, got 7 hours of sleep instead of 8, and they're, like, so tired, you know? But yeah, because I'm so bad at sleeping, I get tired, but I don't get sleepy. Like, it takes so much for me to get sleepy. But I am also caffeinated right now, so that might be why I seem awake on stream. I do use caffeine. Nima, please. My goodness. But I definitely don't always feel very awake. I was really, really tired last week. Yeah, sleep is like that for me too, where sometimes it just feels like you can't get enough. But I also have the problem where, like, I'll be really, really exhausted and really, really need to sleep, and I'll have a time where I can sleep, and, you know, you would assume that your body would just be so ready to let go and give way to sleep, but for some reason it doesn't happen. Like, that happens to me all the time, where I'm, like, incredibly tired, super exhausted, and I need to sleep and I want to sleep, but I just won't be able to fall asleep. Or, like, I'll sleep, but it's like junk sleep, where I'm, like, constantly waking up or, like, whatever. And it's been that way my whole life. It's like, at least as long as I can remember. You know, I don't think I was that way when I was, like, a toddler or a baby. It was probably pretty normal then. But at least as far back as I can remember in my life, I have struggled with sleep. Like, falling asleep and staying asleep. I'm definitely better at falling asleep. than I've ever been, but still not perfect. Still not perfect. I'm definitely better off with sleep. Ironically, since Backlog Baby was born. Whoa, this is a big enemy. Hello. Wait, you have physical tall? Oh my god. Of course you do. Alright, well this thing can't be hit with physical attacks. It's massive. Sand Mountain. What a silly guy, too. He's very silly. Okay, first aid for a sec. Hello? Thank you. Let's see. I need to figure out a way to sort my items. I think I can only do it in the field. My magic is significantly weaker than my physical attacks, so these enemies are super annoying. But yeah, when I get to the bottom of this dungeon, we'll get to these spin wheel shenanigans. And I guess if you don't check now, I'll check the VOD later tonight, Vlad, and see if I owe an art time. But for now, we can go ahead and pick one. Of course. And then maybe I'll have you pick another one if I find out I owe one. Oh, the little guy's very upset about something. Hang on. Babies, am I right? Okay. Little guy did a thing that he loves to do where he intentionally places an item in a place that he will not be able to get it back from, and then freaks out and gets really upset that he cannot get the thing. He like creates a traumatic situation and then allows himself to be traumatized by it. Alright, floor 2 is done. We're getting closer to a soda tasting. I probably will just run an ad at 8, and then just like go into extra minutes for the shenanigans. I can definitely afford to do that tonight, especially given the generosity. Gotta get my buffs back on. I guess I should have waited until I was right at the door, but whatever. That does happen to me sometimes, Smashy, where I like, my head hits the pillow and it's like, all right, time to think about video games. My brain was definitely like that when I was playing Tactics. Which was not that long ago. I did my first playthrough of Tactics on stream, like, is that 2024? Like mid to the end of 2024 or something like that? Doesn't feel like it was that long ago, but I guess it was. We played a lot of RPGs since then. But that was a That was amazing. That was a fantastic stream moment. Okay, water tolerance we can deal with. We love a cursed starfish. Still not as cursed as Mega Starmie. I love the way it rolls up into a ball and rolls around like a Metroid. We leveled up. I bet we're almost at level 65 now. Actually, wait, hold on. That might be like a boss room. More of these guys. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. Just need to unload really fast. Get rid of these horsey dudes. Okay, heal me for a sec. Oh my god. Kobe, stop. Come on. Die. Please die. There we go. Okay, now overwhelm the starfish. Don't use water spells, you dummy. Okay, healing. Come on. Almost dead. There we go. Okay. That wasn't the last portal. So we're not done with this dungeon yet. There might still only be 3 floors though. Hopefully only 3 floors. The music in the game is really great too. It's very much a vibe TM, as the kids say. It's kind of like wallpapery and not super melodic or motivic, which is normally what I prefer, but it suits the experience very well. Okay, let's go this way. Nice. Treasure room. Lots of virus cores. I'm still harboring a theory that there are, like, optional protected areas that we could just, like, randomly guess or, like, discover in the anime or OVAs. That we might need those for. Okay, this has got to be the last room. Yep, it's got the boss fog. So this will be our last room. And then, oh shoot, I lost my snooze. Twitch really needs a more consistent way for you to be able to snooze an ad break. Well, I suppose I should, for the safety and the sake of the stream, I should run it before we do whatever this cutscene and or boss is. So let me get these buffs on. I'll remember to pause. Oh, and Pops is here. Oh my goodness. Pops, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How's it going, dude? Were you playing FF9 today? Slightly unfortunate timing. We're not about to end, but we're gonna do some extra time today because we had some shenanigans come through. I've got to run an ad because I missed my snooze window. So please stick around if you can. Do your post-stream care, obviously. If you need to break away and eat and lurk or whatever, please do. Teddy Surgery, welcome in. Nice to see you. I hope FF9 was treating you well. Closing in on the end of Disc 3. Very, very cool. Yeah, we're having a great time with .hack today. When I come back from this ad break, we're going to do a soda tasting we're going to paint a little square on a canvas if Vlad tells me what color they want. And then we're going to do a daily game that I'll just do dealer's choice on. And we're in the ad. Okay, we'll be back. Ah, mystery solved. Good detective work, Vlad. Okay, that makes sense. It is very unnecessarily confusing the way that I've designed the wheel, so... Totally cool. Alright, we're back from the ads. Welcome back, everybody. Alright, well, I'm glad that I didn't forget an art time. I would have felt really bad about that. I love when we get to do art time because it's so rare. But the good news is, we get to do one right now. So let me pause this Mario Party. Once we get back to the board here. This isn't just a recording, this is an actual game of Mario Party that's happening on my 64 right now. There we go. Alright, so we're going to come back over here, and we're going to turn the tunes back on. So we've got an art time to do, we've got a soda to taste, which I have selected, and we also have a daily game to do. So I'll do the daily game last. Vlad, if you have any thoughts about which of the daily games you'd like me to do, feel free to say so, otherwise I'll just pick one when we get to it. I don't think we've used the purple marker yet, so I'm going to have to get that going. Yeah. I shouldn't call it a marker. It's a paint pen. So you got to wiggle it and shake it. Vlad chooses Gamedle. Gamedle. All right, cool. Let me get a window open for that while I do my silly shaky dance here. Of course, Pops. I appreciate you coming through, dude. Thank you so much. Guys, go follow Mr. Popsicle. Impeccable vibes over there. I'm a big fan. You should be too. No, Dang it. There we go. Pops is great. Pops is playing my all-time favorite game, Final Fantasy IX, right now. All the more reason to go over there and chill and vibe out. I try to hang out over there whenever I can, which is unfortunately not often enough. So you're looking forward to the soda tasting, eh? Well, you should be. This is a very fine soda that I have selected to show off to you all here. Let's see if we're making any progress. Nope. You gotta really get these things going. I can go ahead and start telling you about this soda, I suppose. I can do that with one hand. This is one of my favorite soda brands of them all. This is Rocky Mountain Soda Co. From Colorado, where the Rocky Mountains are. And this is their lemon lime flavor. Loveland Lemon Lime. And this is my favorite lemon lime soda. Out of all the lemon lime sodas I've ever had, you know, that are going for like a standard lemon lime type combination, this is my favorite one. It's a pretty competitive category. I wouldn't say it's as competitive as cola or root beer, but it's up there. You know, it's a popular type of soda for the people who drink them regular sodas like 7-Up and Sprite, you know, which is already a good enough conversation in and of itself. This marker has not even gotten started yet. I called it a marker again. It's not a marker, it's better than that. It's a paint pen. Look at me throwing darts at you. That's what this looks like, is me throwing darts, right? This doesn't look like anything else. It's a shake weight. Where's Letopus? So yeah, we're gonna taste this Loveland Lemon Lime. I'll give you a close-up here. I gotta stop doing that for a second. Let me switch back to the roaming mic so I can come up to the camera and you're able to hear me. I'll give you a close-up on the label here. They have great art. They all feature like some form of like Rocky Mountain wildlife. So we've got like a mountain cat here. Very, very cool label. But yeah, if you see a Rocky Mountain Soda Co. label, it's pretty easy to identify because they all have this kind of like pencil sketch animal art. They're all different colors, but they all have this kind of format with the font here and then like the photorealistic drawing of the animal. And they're all good. They've got a great cola, they've got a great ginger beer, but the lemon lime is especially wonderful. Yo, Jen! Nice to see you, dude. How's it going? Nice to see you. Thank you for lurking. Enjoy Magic. Yeah, we did have some sweet jams, didn't we? We'll have to do that again sometime. Speaking of sweet jams, while I'm gonna go back to shaking my paint pen here, almost said marker. While we're thinking about it, if you're gonna be anywhere near Minneapolis on July 31st, I will be playing a show, a VGM show with my band Do a Barrel Roll. We'll be opening up for Bit Brigade again, like we did last October. They asked us back, which is very humbling and flattering. They're awesome, we love them. We've been fans of them for a long time, so getting to play shows with them is really cool. It's gonna be a phenomenal VGM show. They're doing Mega Man X. If you're not familiar with Bit Brigade, they are a rock band that speedruns NES and SNES video games. So there's a fifth member of the band who speedruns the game, and it's like an orchestrated speedrun with musicality factored in, and the band plays the soundtrack synced up to the game footage in real time. Nothing is pre-recorded. So it's a little bit different every time, depending on if, you know, Noah, the gamer, like, has to die and reset a stage, or, you know, takes a little bit longer on a fight, you know, so they have to play the boss theme a little bit longer before they switch to the get item fanfare or whatever it is. And it's just so much fun. They're so awesome. I've seen them probably 15 times. And they're gonna be doing Mega Man X, which is different than what they did back in October. And we are gonna be doing an entirely different set than we did back in October as well. All right, I think we've made it to the tapping stage. Once these markers get started, you pretty much don't have to do this ever again, which is great, but getting them started takes a while. And we haven't done enough art times to get all the markers started. Oh, Vlad is insisting that I increase the honorifics on his rank because he's landed on Discord Despot so many times. That's a really funny idea. He's turning into a real despot. What have I done? What have I created? He's too powerful. Hopefully there will be something for you to vote on at some point. All right, are we getting close here? I can just see it starting to creep in. Maybe I can do my Gamedle. I can try to do this Gamedle while we're doing the Tappa Tappa. Over here, I'll switch to my left hand. Okay, so I feel like the classic Gamedle is trying to guess the game based on the cover art, right? That's like the main jam. Let me get this set up here. There we go. What's different? What is the difference between cover art and artwork? I feel like keywords would be easier for me, but I think the classic is the cover art, so that's what we'll do. Gotta get into the role, yeah. Method actor Vlad. All right, here we go. So, oh, this looks somewhat familiar. Is this Super Mario Strikers? Okay, the pen is ready. Very ready, in fact. I made a puddle of purple on the back of this canvas. All right, so that's ready to go. There's not a lot of games with this like pencil sketch style art. Yeah, Mario Strikers. Wow, that was easy. Let's do another one. So that was like the daily, so we can't just like do another one, huh? Well, let's try this artwork one. Oh, I see. So it's like key art, like a random piece of key art. God, what is this? I think this is multiple characters. I think this is 3 different characters standing next to each other. There's a blue character, a green character. Like this looks like Fox. That looks like a Star Fox boot. This is kind of brawl coded. And this is kind of like Wario colors. And then this is like, is this Crystal from Adventures? Oh, maybe this is Star Fox Adventures. Yeah, that's the little dino guy, not Wario. Okay, 2 for 2. Now we're guessing a character. I love this like close-up shot of Zangief's chest fur. That's intense. Oh, this is like an old point-and-click DOS game. Is that Putt Putt? Is that a little Putt Putt bumper? No, he's not even on the suggestions. God, what is that if it's not Putt Putt? Guess I don't need to be on that mic anymore. I can switch back to this one. This could be like infinity things. Is it like Space Quest? No, Space Quest isn't an option. King's Quest. I just see dithering and I think like 90s DOS. Is it? How is Putt Putt not even an option? Okay, give me more. Can you give me like a clue here? How do I? Can I do like an empty guess? I don't know, Sonic the Hedgehog. Okay, that looks like a moon. Wrong franchise and saga, thank you. Is this like Day of the Tentacle? Not an option. They're trying to get me to guess a character, so I should be typing in the name of a character. I don't know. This is some old DOS game that I haven't played. Feel free to guess along, chat, on this one. I don't know. Oh yeah, Commander Keen. That's a good guess. Yo, let's go Pops! He got it. There we go. That's an old Apogee franchise. Who I should recognize this because I've done a lot of work in the Apogee music department as a contractor. So they would be disappointed in me for not recognizing Commander Keen. I'm pretty sure I played guitar in a Commander Keen trailer like 3 or 4 years ago. Okay, we'll try this keywords one. Goblins Barracks medieval boss fight. Oh, I've never seen this before. This is intense. Goblins Barracks medieval boss fight. I mean, how generic can you get? So we're trying to guess a game that has these things. Final Fantasy. Enemy Path Gold Coins Hero Units cartoon art. Plucky Squire? Nope. Dark Wizard mobile game, star rating, choke points. Okay, well, I'm never gonna guess this if it's a mobile game. I give up. Anybody? Anybody? Paging chat? Vlad has an idea. Oh, Heroes of Might and Magic has a mobile port. Okay. Do we know what the mobile port is called? I'm gonna assume it's a non-numbered one, so we'll try this olden era. Wrong franchise and saga. Okay. Castle defense, special powers, tower upgrades, artillery tower. Yeah, we're gonna skip this one. Oh, okay, we'll try Clash of Clans. Nope. Building towers, Fantasy Kingdom, digital distribution, Reign of Fire. I feel like we're just going in a circle here. There's like millions of games like this. This is like a slop category. How do they expect us to get this? I'm gonna skip it. Okay, and here's the one where you just guess a game with no information, which is wild. Okay, so it's time period and some other stuff. Let's guess Pokemon Gold and Silver. Pokemon Gold. Start there. Okay, so it's older than Pokemon Gold. It is a role-playing adventure or turn-based strategy. It is fantasy kids action. Single player or multiplayer. Okay, and it's not on the Game Boy or the 3DS. Okay, let's try Final Fantasy. Okay, it's an RPG and it's an adventure. It's single player. It's older than 1987? Okay. This is gonna be challenging. I don't know a whole lot of pre-NES games. Is it Pitfall? Why is it so stretched? Why does it look like this? Oh, it's because there's so many platforms. That's so silly. It's older than 1982? Good God. An RPG adventure that's single player that isn't... And it's older than 1982? I mean, for me, this is like Donkey Kong or Pac-Man. Galaga. Space Invaders. It's older than 1978? What? Wait, okay, I think I'm misunderstanding the arrow. Dang it. Okay, I'm misunderstanding the arrow. The up arrow means that your selected game was released earlier than the target game. Okay. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. So it's newer than Pokemon Gold and Silver. Let's try Final Fantasy VII. Okay, it's newer than 1997. Oh, but we might be onto something with the perspective and the developer publisher. Interesting. Okay, let's try Final Fantasy X. Final Fantasy 12. Okay, it is a third-person game. It is not Square, so it might be... Or it's not Square Enix, so it might be Square or SCEA. And it's later than 2006, so it's not Square. So Sony Computer Entertainment? What did Sony Computer Entertainment do after 2006? No, that's Square Enix, Draconics. We also haven't figured out if it's action, fantasy, or sandbox. Well, it's probably not sandbox because, yeah, it's action or fantasy or maybe both. Yeah, not Wild Arms. Oh, Dragon's Dogma. Is that a Sony game? Couldn't be, right? Wasn't that also on Xbox 360? Oh, that's a Capcom game. Not Dragon's Dogma. Boy, this is tough. This is so vast. I'm impressed with how we did on the first three, though. Or the first two I got just immediately. I don't know what this is, though. All right, we spent enough time on this. We're gonna end that segment here. I'm supposed to only do one, but we did 4. Thank you for that. Let's taste this soda, and then let's do our art time. And then I should probably get out of here. So we're gonna taste the Rocky Mountain Soda Co. Lemon Lime here, if you're just coming in. I showed this a second ago, and then didn't taste it. This is my favorite lemon lime soda that I've ever had. There's a bit of an asterisk on that statement because Bundaberg has a lemon lime and bitters soda that's probably like a top 5 all-time soda for me, but it's very different than just a typical lemon lime soda. If we're talking about just like a straight ahead lemon lime soda, this is my favorite one. I'm gonna wipe off all that condensation. Oh, it's fantastic. It's so good. It tastes a little bit like real lemon, a little bit like artificial lime. Not super duper sour. It doesn't have like a really strong acidic bite that some citrus sodas have, but it's also not super sweet and like syrupy tasting, which I don't like. I'm a big fan of like the balance of this soda. Super refreshing, would be fantastic after a heavy meal to kind of lift you up a little bit. A little bit nostalgic for me as well. All right, let's do this art time. We're gonna go to the wide shot. So we have a color selected. We have a square to paint. Here's our current canvas that we're working on. Whenever we land on art time, we do the next square in the sequence. So after this one, we'll do this one. And whoever lands on it gets to pick a color from one of the 15 colors that I have. And today's color is purple. Very exciting. So I'm gonna do my best to color this in a way that you can actually see, because it is pretty satisfying. Make sure I don't get paint all over myself or my shirt. I care more about the shirt than myself, honestly. All right, here we go. That looks pretty good, right? So this is a paint pen, not a marker. So you're actually kind of brushing. Ah, that's nice. So we'll go to the edge here first. That's the easy part. And then we want to try to get some nice clean lines along this border. Obviously we can overlap into the blue and the gray a little bit because it's dry. But having like a nice perfect square, some clean lines, very satisfying. That looks pretty good, and we'll just hit the edge a little bit. A little bit more up here by the gray. There. And it's all shiny because it's wet, but it'll go a little more matte once it dries. Looking good. We're halfway done with our first art time canvas. And way out here in the wide shot for people to enjoy. Next to the pens. All right. I got purple paint all over my hands, but not on my shirt. My hands can be cleaned of paint pretty easily. My shirt, not so much. I already have to try to get a pen mark off of there. We do have a boss battle to do before I can get out of here because I need to save my game. So we are gonna go a bit longer here so that I can do this boss battle. It might just be a cutscene. It might not be a battle at all. Let's find out together, shall we? Oh, okay, no cutscene. It's a boss. But luckily we're not banned from using data drain this time. So we can just fight this guy normally. He's really wanting to kill me. Man, the 800 heal is so nice. Really, really nice. So this guy has this weird green scaly stuff on him, which means he is a data bug. Basically means that his game within the game enemy is glitched, and that's why we're not really doing any damage to him. But at a certain point, he will go into this status called Protect Break. There it is. And we can do this special thing to him that only we can do, only our character can do, because we have this special skill bestowed upon us. And we can do this thing called Data Drain. We get a virus core, which is great, and now he basically turns into a regular enemy. And we just kill him the rest of the way. We can start unloading on him. Just gotta make sure that we don't die to anything unexpected, but he's toast. Alright, we should get a cutscene after this, with probably a bit of lore.
Was the rumor on the board false? I'd better go back.
Interesting. Unexpected outcome. So there was a rumor on the board that there was something really unusual in that location, and we had to hack into it to even get there. But then it turns out to be a dud. So let me make a quick note here. I take notes in a spiral notebook, for anyone that's new, and hasn't seen this yet. At the bottom of the dungeon, we fought a standard boss and nothing happened. And Kite wonders if the board rumor was false. I'm sure we'll find out, but we won't get to find out until next week, because this is where I leave you for today.
and for this week. I will be back on Tuesday with more Pokemon Coliseum. We may be at the end of the game. If we're not at like the very end of the game, I think we're really close. So I will probably launch a new Tuesday poll on Monday. Every Monday in Discord, I post a Monday update with just kind of like a weekly schedule, what's coming down the pipe, life updates, anything shaking up the schedule, that kind of stuff. And whenever we launch new game polls, I like to do it on a Monday as well, so that people have a full week, calendar week to vote. So you can expect a new Tuesday poll on Monday. I'm going to commit to that now. Possibly the finale of Pokemon Coliseum on Tuesday. I don't know. But we're going to stream it 3 p.m. Central on Tuesday. And then Thursday and Friday next week, I'll be back with more of this game. .hack Outbreak, Volume 3. There is a shakeup to the schedule coming the first week of June, but we got a couple more weeks before we get there. Just a heads up for some of the regulars so y'all know. I will have to go out of town for a weekend, and I'll definitely miss a Friday stream and maybe a Thursday stream too. We'll see. I'll keep you posted. Other than that, not a whole lot to report. Let me take a moment to remember to thank the Raiders. Go follow Jackie Soar and Mr. Popsicle, 2 streamers that I really like hanging out in their stream. And if you selfishly only want to hang out with me, you can find me there pretty often. But they're great streamers in their own right, and you should hang out there whether I'm there or not. Cool people. I vouch for them. We should find someone to raid ourselves. Let's see where we want to go. This is where I leave you, Your Highness. Thank you, Vlad, for correcting me. And thank you again for the generosity today. I really appreciate it. That was fun. Totally worth going into extra minutes for some shenanigans. I'm all about it. Where do we want to go today? Where do I want to send y'all? Oh, let's go see another streamer that I vouch for. I'm gonna send y'all over to some Zelda. This is a newer to me Twitch friend, Gimmick. She is playing Minish Cap for the first time. This is her second stream. She is very funny. She's a very funny individual. Immaculate vibes. I watched her play Wind Waker. It was an absolute blast. She's got a lot of really silly redeems and channel lore, kind of like we do. So you should definitely give her a follow, even if you can't come along with the raid. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support and the shenanigans. We're getting closer to another Sunday Sub Goal bonus stream, which happens every time this top bar fills up. We're halfway there. Look at that. Halfway on our art time, halfway on our next sub goal. I already owe you guys 1 Sunday sub goal bonus stream. That's not coming this Sunday. That's next Sunday, the 24th. The lady's out of town this weekend, so she won't be here this Sunday. But next Sunday, she'll join me on stream, noon Central Time, to continue our first playthrough of Loco Motive, a fantastic new point-and-click game that we just started a couple of weeks ago. And when this top bar fills up again, you'll get our 3rd stream of it. Thank you, Gad, for the bits earlier today as well. We had 1 spin because of that. That's how we got our first spin. Anyways, if it's your weekend, hope you have a good weekend. If it's not, if you don't get a weekend, or it's just not yet, keep pushing. We believe in you. Stay strong. Stay well. Be healthy. And let's go say hi to Gimmick. Peace.